Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, January the 12th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. I think that big yes with a few S's at the end means you guys can hear me and see my screen. If somebody in YouTube could do the same thing for me, just want to make sure you guys in YouTube can hear me and see my screen. Before I keep going, the other one I was actually, William, was the ATRA, ATRA. I know you're right. I did pop up Lyra, but ATRA is another disaster. So you might want to take a look at that one also. Now, guys, the retailers that got hit, AEO, ANF. It's funny because I looked at the retail ETF, and yeah, I mean it's starting to sink a little bit here. But AEO and ANF are saying, you know what, holiday sales aren't what we thought they might be. So this is ANF. This is down a lot. Look at that, 23, 19%, $24 down for ANF, and also, and that's no, not quite at the 200-day moving average. Then American Eagle, which had just a tremendous run from its earnings a few months ago, and this is down 9.5%. So actually, ANF is down a lot more than AEO. But both of them are just not happy right now. So watch out for the retailers today and going forward. Now, having said all that, EVTV. Yeah, I mean, great looking press release, receives $100 million worth of government purchase orders, advances 200 million regional pipeline and scalable U.S. AI infrastructure expansion, and low float, 4.5 million in the float. So, I mean, this is obviously, take a look at, wow, the next high looking left is 137. And it's for EVTV. Where is that? OM, yeah, OM is something that I'm definitely interested in, maybe a short. This is this is not an earnings play, okay? Somebody mentioned it was an earnings play. I mean, technically, I don't think it is anyway. Looks like they released in February, and but this is sort of preliminary. You know, when they're saying C's, so this is sort of preliminary, but it may as well be. Thank you, Kevin. It may as well be an earnings play, I guess. But technically, it is not. And it is shortable. Yeah, it's shortable for me. 471,000 shares available. Interactive brokers. INBS. INBS again continuing. Wow, what a great well, last week. Just continuing and continuing. And a very low float, 940,000 in the float. Okay, just looking, there's actually a lot happening. OSS, another one, OSS, where are you? OSS, one stop something, one stop systems and Inc. Okay, and this is also shortable for me. We pop up, and I looking for some news. I could not find any news on it this morning for OSS. I saw the news on the 7th, pretty high after the company announced it received a $1.2 million second order, but that was on the 7th. So that was the reaction here. So maybe a continuation of the action. Did it really? Thank you, Obi. ANPA, I don't even see it here. Not sure why. Crazy. Well, I know why, because it's not up now, but it hit, yeah, 140 in the pre-market. Pre-market, wow. What's going on with gold and silver? Well, the way you're talking, it must be up. Silver must be up. Yeah, wow, huge move. Yeah, no kidding. Gold sky, well, here we go. Well, okay. Why? I don't want to get political, but here is the theory. Gold skies to new all-time high as Federal Reserve threat rattles markets. Okay, that is the reason. So you've got silver and you've got gold. What's up more? Let's see, silver's up 6%, and gold is up 2%. So silver again is leading the charge. Meanwhile, we haven't had a down day for a while, but as we speak, anyway, this high is down almost 4 points, 3.7 points. Dawn, DAWN, DAWN. Another one reporting FY25 net product revenue 155 million. Well, I'm glad I didn't short OM, not yet anyway. And maybe never. I mean, it may just continue to roll. The next high right here is 639, right there. If we can take that out, then the next high is 848, and it's not. I mean, it's a low float, but it's not. It's not crazy low. It's 18 million in the float. The retailer here, guys, in Under Armour, which was not doing well anyway, but nonetheless, Under Armour. Has ANF found the bottom yet? No, not yet. Maybe 100, guys. That's pretty psychological to try to get through. You know, this was when ANF had earnings, and it actually, when I was looking at it, AEO kept moving higher and higher and higher. Well, actually, eventually, yeah, ANF did move higher and higher and higher. Not right now. Actually, I'm wrong. It was ANF that had the great earnings release. AEO had earnings, but not as spectacular as AEO as ANF. Well, OM, wow. So they also just, I don't know who this guy is, but appoints Prange to its board of directors. Karen Prange, don't know how to pronounce her name. Sorry, Karen. Hey, here's one also. Oh, the Lyra. You mentioned that one, William. Also, they got rid of their CEO and CFO. You probably saw that, right? Maybe you didn't see that because I see you did the financial calculations on them, but I don't know if you saw the fact that they ousted the CEO and the CFO at the same time. Okay, you did see that. So what about the ATRA? I mean, you don't have to analyze it if you don't want to, but there's the ATRA also, plunges 55% pre-market as the FDA declines to approve its blood cancer therapy. Okay, the next PEV guys, this one says they're hiring or they've hired JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley. I guess they're going to try to list on the Hong Kong exchange. I'm surprised they're not there now. It's sort of an IPO on the Hong Kong exchange. This is the news on it. Hires Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan to prepare Hong Kong listing for. Okay, so that is XPeng. I'm just surprised they're not on there now. What OM? Well, we can look at it another way. Be an awesome short if it really starts to give it up. 848 though. That's the next high looking left. OM. I mean, is it that big a deal? I mean, the consensus was 26 million, 29. I guess that. Yeah. Okay. I guess that's. But it is technically not an earnings play. Well, I'm not going to try to pronounce your name, but Mr. 884, what is happening? That's a pretty general question, but welcome. So the EVTV, I mean, that's probably that's an eye-catching press release, and it's a low float. Next high looking left is around 138. Okay, thank you, William. Here's another one getting whacked here, guys. Stock STOK must have had some news. The only news I see here is some of the analysts are still in love with it, but I'm trying to see why this is down 17%. Well, they announced the news yesterday, announces updates to timeline for the completion of enrollment in a phase 3 data readout. That is news that I'm seeing from yesterday, or Sunday. And I'm talking about the STOK. Not a lot of volume yet, only 76,000 shares are traded, but nonetheless. All right, guys, I think what I'm going to do now is go over some of the major sectors, see what's happening with them, especially definitely, I mean, XRT retail, you would think with American Eagle and A&F and some of the other retailers, I mean, it's getting weaker, a little bit weaker, but not super weak yet. Take a look at energy, XLE. Okay, just give me a moment as I just want to readjust it. So there's the 200-day moving average. So we had a few days, it looked like it might be getting closer, but the last 3 days, it stabilized a little bit. Healthcare, XLV, still well above. And you can't see the 200-day moving average. These are going to be way above the 200-day. Take a look at staples, consumer staples, still probably below. Wow, look at this. Consumer staples, who knows? Maybe this is the week that it might finally get back up to the 200-day moving average after being below it for months. XLB is another one that had flirted with it for a while, but it's like it's moving away. Utilities, that was another one that was sort of right around it. So it did have a little pop on Friday. Still, it is close to the 200-day moving average. Yeah, the rest of them are going to be fine. Well, fine in terms of, yeah, well above the 200-day moving average. So we still have consumer staples, the only major sector that is still below the 200-day moving average, but closely approaching it at least. Okay, another one that I have scrawled down on my list is V-Wave. Let's see what it is doing. V-Wave. Is it up or down? It's up. Let's see it anywhere. Any more? VWAV. No, it's not making it into the top 10, obviously, but it is up 10%. Not a lot of volume. Announces the formation of a joint venture platform. This, yeah, guys, this is an all-time high too. V-Wave. We can believe it. I mean, I don't know when it started trading as V-Wave. It was an IPO, or because it's pretty cheap to be an all-time high, but that's what it says. We have it as an all-time high now. Lithium Argentina, okay, LAR. This is was very active a few weeks ago. Lithium Precious Metals is China set to revoke battery export tax rebates. But E-Trade had them. Amazing. Well, let's see. I'm sure. I don't know if Interactive Brokers had shorts available. No. I'm surprised when E-Trade has shorts available and IB doesn't. Well, heck of a short. So they actually did have some news. This is yesterday. We did have some news yesterday. Rich Sparkle closes the acquisition of TikTok star Lame Step Distinctive. No idea what that means. I mean, I don't know what a lame step is, but oh, creator Cabby Lame. Okay. All right. Well, that's the news on ANPA, ANPA. Mobileye. Mobileye. Okay, I thought it was moving down a little bit more. I couldn't see any news on this one. I mean, the way it's trading, it looks like it's a buyout, but I can't see any news on this one. AC. I mean, but the way it's trading, it almost looks like it's a buyout. So when you say Actra is my type of play, you mean for a potential bounce? Morning, realestateadvisors.com or underscore com in our YouTube room. You mean for a bounce play? So trading around, we typically don't talk about how many shares we have in a certain a lot of money though. I don't know. Yeah. So what are you talking about? Moving down more or potential bounce? It's basically a lifetime low, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah. Bad news. I mean, it's bad news. Obviously, the US FDA declines to approve their drug. Yeah, I mean, no, there's no question. I mean, I'm going to be watching it. There are well, Now that you mention it, though, there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, so I cannot do that even if I wanted to. Mind Walk Holdings. What the heck did they do? AI-driven biotherapeutic research technology and scientifically robust life science company. All right. So there's HYFT. How much volume? Good volume, pretty good volume, actually. MindWalk identifies breakthrough functional constraint in universal influenza program. Okay, pretty lofty press release. Yeah, HYFT. This could be interesting. The float is 39 million, so it's not crazy low, not high. A lot of shares available for me, 1 million short. How does APLD look from our YouTube room? APLD, well, I mean, obviously I had earnings. I had a good, nice 2 days. Sort of a strange first day of earnings though, because it sold off. Next day, Friday or Thursday was pretty good. But other than that, I have no. It's moving down a little bit. The market, the market is softer right now. The SPY is down, and right now it is sitting right on the VWAP area, in the VWAP area, APLD. All right, guys, what I'm going to do now is get the layout, my 9:30 layout up and running. So, William, I'm going to be checking your scan today. So we might have a little bit of fun together on that one. Give me a moment, guys, as I arrange my windows. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the top six from that list that I had before. These are the top six. The pre-market act is up and down or up. So, okay, I don't think I know somebody mentioned that SOGP. I did see that, SOGP, but also BDX, BDSF now. BDSF, bio, again, these are sort of, I call them pre-releases. I don't know when they have earnings actually, but what they're doing during pre-market hours, it's preliminary. Okay, it's preliminary, but it may as well be an earnings release. preliminary Q4 and FY numbers. Okay, so it may as well be an earnings release, and that is BDSX underneath the EWAP. Just give me one moment. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So just getting set for the 9:30 open. Now, PJ, we can't have that language. Okay, SOGP, was there any news on it? Probably not. Okay. They issued a letter to the shareholders, please buy our stock. I'm kidding, of course, but so they issued a letter to the shareholders, whatever they said. Obviously, the market is liking it right now. Oh, liking it a lot right now, whatever they said. And that is SOGP. Well, there's the tanking now of OM. I'm not in it. Too bad I'm not in it. Okay, let me back that up a little bit. Something's going on with one of my charts. A moment. Hmm. Okay, this is not quite a tank. I thought it was a lot. I thought it was a lot further down, but not a tank. So still hanging over the VWAP. American Eagle guys, AEO just gave up the number of 24. Well, it's trying to anyway. Still underneath the VWAP. So again, American Eagle, AEO, and ANF. Probably, I mean, there might be other retailers that are leading the charge down, but especially ANF. Wow, down 17%. I think a Macy's just out of curiosity. Yeah, so Macy's, it's just so far, unless somebody can find another one that is really down a lot, it looks like those two retailers. But I mean, both of them though came out with, basically saying, "Hey, Christmas sales weren't as good as we thought they might be." Oh, William or somebody didn't help me here. Okay, guys. Well, let's have a great start to this trading week. Okay. If you don't trade in the first 15 minutes, it'll let things settle down a little bit. Okay. Now the SPY's having a pop, a little bit of a pop here to start. The scan is going a little bit crazy right now for me anyway. It was now, guys. EVTV. I mean, it's not. Regardless of what you think about it, okay. EVTV's got a very eye-catching press release, and that's why, of course, it's up as much as it is. Okay, so let me this over just a little bit here. Spy is putting in a great push. Yeah, great push. No real economic data coming out today that I could see. Look at boy, here's a nuke. Sorry, quant. Uh, RGTI getting hammered here, down 2.6%. You put a delay on that scan, William, because I mean it's going crazy right off the bat. Which makes sense. I mean, obviously on the open, that's when stocks go up or down. I'm going to have to put the sound alert off it for a while anyway. Okay, I've got to get. I'm sorry, guys. I have to get this looking a little better here. So SMR guys. So my guess is that the nukes are taking a break, a breather. Here's SMR. If you look at OK, I'm sure if you look at OKLO, TBR, NNE, they're probably all doing about the same thing. They had a nice run last week, last couple of weeks. And maybe they're taking a breather now. Let's take a look at NNE. I'm sure they're all down. Why SMR would, yeah. So they're all going to be down. Okay. So you might want to look at them for a potential rebound. I don't think there's any specific news on them. All right, BDSX coming into it's far enough away though. 200-day moving average about 50 cents away. But the next high looking left is, yeah, it's the same actually, 778. So there is some room, a little bit of room for BDSX to keep moving against. and it is a low float, 3.7 million. Look at the volume, 6,400 times normal volume. Basically an earnings play, not technically an earnings play, but it may as well be. Just one moment, please. Okay, so if you don't know, yeah, these are company charts. So this is what I recommend you do, Rohan. It sounds like, well, you're obviously brand new. So this is what I would do. I'm going to put in my homepage link. This is for Rohan in our YouTube room. Because yeah, trade ideas, fabulous programs, but if you don't know what you're looking at when you click on a symbol and you know what the charts are trying to tell you, it's not going to help you. But what I've done is I put in my homepage link, and if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down a little bit where it says the education section right here, click on the more info, and then you see where it says back to basics. This is all free, okay? There are 15 videos here that will at least get you started, okay? Understanding. I mean, your question is yes, these are company charts. Okay, these are company charts on different time frames. But I would do this if you're sounds like you're brand new to the market. So I would take a look at this to back to basics. Okay, it's all free. Yeah, that was a great short. The OM. I didn't get it. I actually I was surprised it broke six earlier. I was looking at it to I was looking at it to perhaps short it if it didn't hold six, but popped up and then I do other things. So here's the so here again silver guys HYMC. Wow, 12% move for HYMC. Let's take a look at silver, see if it's still surging. Had a bit of a pullback, but you know, at the 9:30 open, it is still up 6%. So silver is still, and the market is, yeah, nice rebound for the market actually. I can say this looks like our spy chart is in sync now. I'm hoping. And just as I said that, it's not changing because I dragged it out here or something. Anyway, well, it is changing. Okay. Um, ONDS. Now, this has been a unbelievable good one from the last, well, last several months. ONDS on a daily, $15. 15 is the next highs on a daily, a little over 15. And that would, I guess that would technically not be a lifetime high, but it's got to be close. I don't see where it would have been higher than that. Right now, we've got our lifetime high at 93%. So, wow, hey, NVDA probably got halted on the way down. Good for you guys if you had shorts available. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. But At least they had some news. They did have some news. I mean, this was I don't even know if we had the news last week on this one, but at least they pumped out some news. So this is halted on the way down. So let's take a look at Fly X. Fly X. There's no exit price. Okay, that'll be up to you, Anoop. Okay, there's no exit price ever. If you're talking about getting into and looking for some kind of a target, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, there are no targets. If I were you, I would, maybe get trade wave, put on your charts, okay, and then you might, I mean, that's what I do. I don't put targets on anything, but I'll follow the wave. As long as the wave is still, if I'm long, as long as the wave is blue, I'll keep in the trade. It depends on the time frame you're looking at. I'm not saying that's what you should do, but that's what I do. So Atra is having a bounce actually now. I think, wow, here's Iran too. I'm just looking. I'm trying to find. So Atra is actually having a little bounce. ATRA. You know how to get the wave, trade wave on? Yeah, we just don't put targets on because your idea of a target might be completely different from my idea of a target, and I think targets can be very artificial anyway. The trade's still working. Why would you get out of a trade even if you put some kind of a my target? You know what I mean? Like if it's still working, why would you get out just because it hits some kind of a target? All I would do is make sure that if you get into a trade, I mean, this is what I do. I just look left to see how much room can it run before it hits the next high. It's not necessarily a target. It could be maybe I mean, some people might say, well, that's a target. It's not really a target. It just gives me more confidence in taking a trade that it has some room to run. So HYMC continues. I mean, it's now obviously it's above the last month's high. It had a big, big, big month. Silver was just running. But it also had some specific news for itself. So it wasn't just purely the fact that silver was going crazy. It's my name. Well, you already called it, Mary Rohan. You already called my name, so that's my name. See where you said "Okay, Barry." That's my name. Talking to Rohan in our YouTube room. All right, so EVTV is holding. It's holding, guys. EVTV. I mean, it's just it's an eye-catching press release. Receiving $100 million worth of government purchase orders. Yeah, I wish they can make because of that. I don't know, but that's an eye-catching press release, of course. Up to you. I'm not a financial advisor, XX. Okay. I mean, it depends where you're in it. I mean, do you have a stop? So the question is from Rohan from India. Well, you if you want to trade the U.S. markets, and I mean, all you need right now, if you're, but it sounds like you have no trading experience whatsoever. So before you would take a program like Trade Ideas, I suggest you take a look at those 15 videos. But you would only need our standard service to start. I mean, that's what we do. Every stock you see here is from the U.S. market. Okay. Well, there's the BDSX now, guys. So last time we looked, I looked, it wasn't. It was the 200 moving average was far enough away, and now it's actually broken above it. But eight is getting pretty close. The next high looking left on a daily chart looks like it is just a little bit above eight. Okay, OPTX. Now this is well on a monthly chart. It has room, definitely $8 or so. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but OPTX definitely has some room. AI is fairly active already this morning. So Summit is getting hit, guys. Summit is getting hit. Really no action in the free market on this one. It is getting hit. SMMP announces clinical trial collaboration with GSK. Market really didn't react too much to that, but now it is, or at least it appears that it is. So it's underneath 18, barely. The next low looking left is 1670 on a monthly chart. 1728. So it's got some room down to 17, a little bit over 17. And the SPY continues to do its recovery. Yeah, ATR. Yeah, I see that. OB, I see ATRA. Yeah, it is. And boy, it's just this sort of consolidation, a little bit over the VWAP right now. ATRA. And again, FDA declined to approve their drug. So I mean, that's obviously that's the news that's caused it to be down 53%, but it's trying to have a little bit of a bounce. Summit is just getting whacked now, guys. No pre-market action on it whatsoever, really. Now, is this going to hold? It's 1744, 1733 areas right here in the daily. Will this create a bit of a bounce zone for it? SMMT it's already bounced. Right, AEO is trying to have a little bit of a bounce. It got below 24, but it's now above 24 now, and it's above the VWAP. Okay, it's above the VWAP. The VWAP is at 440, so a little bit above the VWAP. A little blue here now. Maybe we're getting obviously we're getting a bit of a bounce in it, but for how long? And that is AEO. Well, Beam, boy, Beam. This is no, it's on an all-time high, but Beam is just ripping here. And Fitzgerald. Okay, so Bernstein with a $37 price target, and Cantor Fitzgerald with well, we don't have the price target here. Now, this is the type of stock you might be shorting, William? Well, market is just having a great recovery. Only down 57 cents now from, well, when I say the market, I'm talking SPY. Way down a little bit from Friday's close. Wow, Iran is getting really close to that psychological 50 level. IREN. The high last week or on Friday was 50.10. There's no target. If you're looking for a target, Anoop, there's no target. Oh, just give me a moment. I have to scroll down. There's no exit price. The only thing is the stop. Okay, if it hits the stop, that would be an exit if it hit the stop. Okay, there's no target though. And you can see that ZH after a big move up, it came back down, hit the stop, but there's a re-entry. Okay, there's no targets. There are no targets. If you're looking for targets, as I said before, and that other one you're looking at, there are no targets. AEHR, I think, had earnings on was it on Friday, perhaps? Yeah, earnings reaction was on Friday. AEHR. So this is a continuation now. AEHR continuation earnings play. On the monthly chart, there is room, obviously, 34.46. I mean, I'm not saying it's getting there. Let's take a look on the weekly chart. So it's got some room even on a weekly chart, 29.57, 29.71. So it's definitely got some room, about $1.30 or so to that next high in the weekly. And see it on the daily. So give me one moment, guys. want to change a sound alert to that dot. Well, Atra, yeah, I didn't take it. Atra is was a nice bounce from that. Look at the consolidation, about $1 from the consolidation. Well, yeah, nice short from our AI on the ATEC, ATEC. Well, I'm looking at your your scan. Well, I haven't seen too many. Well, there were so many coming in here. The GDS is another one that's ripping higher. Um, yeah, coming maybe. I mean, look at that, guys. GDS might be a potential short. High net trade one might be a potential short coming right into the 2 monthly highs of not last month or month before, but 3 and 4 months ago, and that coming right into it, right around 44. So that could be some blockage right there. Our AI has got a lot of activity this morning. Very kind of unusual. We don't normally get this many. How did Jet do? Or yeah, Jet. This is the trade of the week. You know what? It is not Jet. That is I put this in wrong, didn't I? It should have been JBLU. Oh well. JBLU is the trade of the week. So actually, if you did it trigger, did not trigger. So this did not trigger. Okay, the trigger was 520. It did not trigger. The highest it got was 515. So in theory, you would not have taken that trade. But the trade of the week was JetBlue. He talked about jets. If you're talking about the email you got, he talked he talked about JetBlue being the trade of the week at 520. Well, okay, let me read the email again. I may be wrong. No, it is JetBlue. It is JetBlue. I mean, he talked about jets being the strong sector. A lot of the airlines were moving, but this was lagging. So that's why he decided, this is a classic opportunity, laggard in a hot sector. Okay, that's okay. Beam just kept moving higher and higher and higher. So Beam now is above, right near that monthly high. Okay, I have to put a price alert underneath 34 just in case it finally fades from there. Maybe I'll take that short. Is this scan normally this active, William? And I've got the 10-day here, so I mean, it is this active. Okay, because when I loaded in, of course, Friday afternoon, which makes sense. It was nowhere near as active, but which makes sense. All right, guys. Well, as I'm waiting for something, I'm going to go over my home page, and guess what? Surprise to me, looks like the promo code is still working. I can do it for you if you want, William. I can share the scan. Don't tell me I didn't save it. Well, here it is. Okay, Dwayne. Excuse me. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Well, I don't know if I enhanced it, but the only thing I did, though, I'm noticing the 10-day is still above the 500,000 that you need, that you're looking for. Okay. William has a minimum of 500,000 shares traded over a 10-day period. I took that out because I sort of think, well, if it's a day trade, I don't want to limit myself because it could be exploding today in volume. But I do have the 10-day right there. So far, most of them are above half a million anyway. The other thing that William did was he added a float, a minimum float, which I have not. So it's up to you. You can always tweak it. I also think I changed the price range a little bit, but of course, that's all up to you. I mean, but that's the gist of it. Okay, guys. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So I checked this morning, and I'm very surprised, but this promo is still alive. Okay, so I'm not going to tell them, meaning Trade Ideas. Maybe they forgot to take it off. But you can still get 28% off a premium annual subscription. You can get 25% off a standard annual subscription, and you can get 25% off a premium monthly or standard monthly. Okay, so remember, 28% only if you're going to take out a premium annual. Otherwise, there's 25% off the three other types of subscriptions. And again, if you take out a monthly subscription, you'll get 25% off the first month only. Okay. Now, all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code, whatever it is. It will change. Probably going to go to 15% to 15% tomorrow. But so right now, it's still at the sort of the holiday promotion level. But if you use my code, it really helps to keep the rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and also what I call the main room. And the more that you use my code, the company tracks the use of the promo codes. They see my code being used enough. They don't mind keeping the rooms free. So those of you who are in YouTube, there is another trading room, and it's called the trading room. You can come in here. It's a lot more active in terms of the interaction amongst traders. Okay, there are a lot more traders in the room. You can stay in YouTube if you want, of course, but if you're looking for a little more activity, action amongst traders, you can come into the trading room. It is free. Also, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. I open YouTube at around 8:30. I get on the mic, both rooms at around 9 o'clock Eastern Time. I don't open this room though. Obi opens the trading room at 6:45 in the main room. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me. That'd be 6:40. That'd be 3:45 my time. So it's a little early for me. So thank you, Obi, again for opening the trading room at 6:45 Eastern time. I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. Always stay later for the questions. But even when I do take off, William usually will keep this room open, the trading room open after I leave, sometime to about 2:45. It's up to him. But I do have to shut down YouTube completely. Now, if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, the first thing you must do, well, before I do that, you click on my homepage link. You can keep scrolling down. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is free. This week's trade of the week is JetBlue, JBLU. It did not trigger. The trigger was 520. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is up to you. They're designed for longer term holds. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. If you don't see it in either of those two folders, then by all means contact us. Okay, we'll try to figure out why you're not getting it. It is free though. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you've taken out a subscription to Trade Ideas, the very first thing you must do is click on that education section, click on the more info. Must do this. They're getting started with Trade Ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. And if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the product, I would start on that second video and go to the end. It should give you an idea about whether or not this is the right type of program that you might want to try. You can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, just let us know and we'll unsubscribe you. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 short videos. Well, I shouldn't say short, but 15 videos if you're new to trading. It's all free. Last, if you're looking for my information that I am currently sharing, is if you click on my homepage link, and here's the call for custom scan area. They're not all scans technically, but here is the large cap gainers right here. Okay, large cap gainers from the start of the race. Here is the compare count for the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. This is the ultra zooms down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The market app goes up, the market app goes down. Here's my gap scanner. I do have that open on one of my other monitors. And I don't have these open though, the momentum scan or the combo scan, but you can take a look at them. The fact I don't have them open doesn't mean they're bad. It just means I don't have them open now. Who knows? Maybe next week I'll reuse my momentum scan. But if I do, I'm going to get rid of something else. I don't want to have too many things coming at me all day long. So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer them. If you have an accounting type question, I can't answer that, but I can direct you to those who can. Okay. All right, guys. Now that EVTV is still looking good. It has not collapsed. Okay. EVTV. There we go. It has not collapsed yet. It held the VWAP. You can see that. It held the VWAP so far. That purple line on the chart, that is the VWAP. Why look at that? Well, a lot of people think that that could be either a support area. So if the stock is moving down into it, see if it holds it as acting as support. And if you're shorting a stock and it's underneath, as it gets closer, that could act as resistance. Moving higher. So anyway, that is the VWAP. Okay, William, I'm going to start looking at your scan a little bit closer now. Now that it's settled down a little bit here. So, boy, oust is getting slammed down. OSOUST. Underneath the whole number, though, I don't see any specific news on it today. Not a low float, not a high float. 54 million in the float. It's interesting as the market has had a bit of a lift to it. Most of the stocks I'm seeing in that scan are moving down. So you guys have been talking. Unfortunately, I did not click on CGLT. So I guess it got halted on the way. It popped. I'll now look at it. Okay, so you're saying all these payment firms are selling off a firm as an example. Is this probably the leader in that industry? Well, you can always tighten up the filters, of course. Just give me a moment, please. Give me a moment, guy. About a minute, okay? Yeah. So you know what the principle behind it are bounce plays and topping plays. That's kind of the principle. You probably know that though, SK. So my feeling on it right now is that because it's so active in the pre-market, I find it hard to like which one you're going to pick. And just got halted. SUGP just got halted. By the way, um, when I loaded it, when William gave it to us Friday afternoon, I did like it a lot because by that time things have sort of settled down. So when you do get something popping or moving down, to me it gave better setups. Okay, that's just what I found. So narrow, no, unfortunately you can't. The question in our YouTube room: Can I make the trade wave buy and sell alert with a sound? No, unfortunately you can't. Um, Now, are you talking about in here? Are you talking about clicking on new in the Market Explorer window? Is that what you're talking about? The 5 minute wave? Is that what you're talking about? I'm talking to Neru in our YouTube room because you can't do it here either. Or are you talking about when a buy flag shows up? Can't do it either. You cannot do it. First of all, you cannot get an alert, unless it's from that. No, you're talking about. So you're talking about when a buy flag shows up on a chart or a sell flag. Is that what you're talking about? Like right here, for instance, a buy flag for SUGP here. You cannot. Yeah, no. Unfortunately, no. But you know what? Every week, I'm going to say the same thing. On Wednesdays, the CEO of Trade Ideas He usually does a YouTube. He has a YouTube stream between 12 and 1 on Wednesdays, and you can keep asking the question, when or if you'll allow us to create a scan, and then when we get a buy flag or a sell flag, we can get a sound alert. Never mind just a sound alert, just an alert. But, obviously we can get and if we get an alert, we can get a sound alert, but no. Just give me a moment, William, because I thought I added the float, but I guess I didn't. Just to see. Just give me a moment. I have to go. Just trying to rearrange these columns so they're not so wide. Oh, just give me a moment, okay? I'm having a tough time. All right, well, I'll play around with it later. I'm just trying to arrange these columns so they're not so wide, like the earnings day is not so wide and stuff. But all right, yeah. So the bottom line, anyway, Nehru, is that you can't do it. Unfortunately, you cannot do it. Now, I don't know if you're aware of this. You still can't put a sound alert on it, but morning, Joey works. So I'm talking to Nehru, but others might be interested too. Okay, so if you're looking for some kind of a scan, an actual scan for TradeWave, if you click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Market Explorer, click on it. Okay, box will pop up, blue box. Right click on it, and then select Strategy. Hover over it, and another box will pop up. Scroll down, just scroll down. Don't have to click anything yet. Go down to TradeWave. Another box will pop up, and then scroll down, and where it says TradeWave buy 5 minutes. Okay, this is what you're going to see, and this is a scan designed for on a 5 minute chart. Okay, TradeWave. Okay, now you can't adjust it in terms of the price range you want to see. But if you see something you don't like in terms of a price range, then don't click on it. The volume should be fine. And so let's take a look. This is an ETF, PSLV. You can see there's a buy. What time was that? 15. Yeah. So right there, you can see the buy flag right there. Now, does it mean you just pile into the trade? No, but at least you'll see it, and you can see that it'll be every 5 minutes because it's not 100%. Will you see something every 5 minutes? But right now, yes. This also you can see things in the pre-market. If there's anything in the pre-market, actually, well, 850. Okay, that's the pre-market. So you can take this and you can incorporate it as part of your layout if you want. So you don't have to do that every day. Okay. Ah, I missed it. EVTV, sugar. Active day in our AI. This is probably the most active day I've seen in months. Yeah, change a few letters, and that's what I really wanted to say, Monica. But we have very delicate ears in this room, so you're in a Reddit trade narrow. Okay, let's take a look at. I'm not. It's too expensive for me. I don't trade stocks this expensive, but good for you if you're in it and you're making money. All right, I'm trying to concentrate on something here. So here's Liquidia. Okay, 37.16, and like wow, that was really basing in the pre-market. LQDA, and let's take a look. This might be interesting. The next guy looking left, lots of room. 38, about a dollar to Friday's high. Okay, so the longer it holds over 37, this is getting interesting to me. A little blue bar, a little blue wave here over the whole number. Any news? Don't see any news on it. Not today, but there was some. I think I had some news on Friday. Keep an eye on OCUL, guys. This is getting close to Friday's close. Okay, will it bounce from there? OCUL, will it bounce from there? Sort of 9 cents away. Not allowed. You're not allowed to talk about EVTV. Okay. Ah, well, you know what? There'll be another one. There will be an. Oh, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, Obi. I'm just kidding because I wanted to take this one on this about the 120 break. And we just got distracted. Kidding, of course. Oh, you're veto. Okay. In our YouTube room. Okay. Oh, good for you. Wow. Good for you, Obi. What does the news on ONDS mean? Where? What? I don't see the news you're talking about. Two times trading halt. It's not. It's not halted. I don't think it got halted today, did it? I don't see the news you're talking about, Vito. Talking to Vito in our YouTube room. Well, well, you can see what I have. I have a 2 and a 5 minute chart, but I'm always looking left on a daily, weekly, and monthly. Okay, if the stock, I get an alert for something and it's at the high of the day or the low or near the high or near the low of the day, then I'm looking left on the daily and weekly and monthly to see if I can find the next high looking left. Okay, so these are my intraday time frames, but I also have longer longer term time frames to see where the next high is. Yeah, so William added a 10 million in the float. Okay, that's why. So I added the float. I wanted to see how much difference. If I get an alert that's under 10 million, he won't get it. He also won't get an alert if in the I took out the half a million, the 500,000 average daily average over the last 10 days. I took that out also. So far, most of them are well over the 500,000. But it's up to you, Nero. Okay, it really this is a personal thing. Some people will have 1 minute charts. Some people have nothing less than a 15 minute chart. It really depends on your trading, style and what you get comfortable with. In fact, I'm comfortable with a 2 and a 5. So that doesn't mean I would tell everybody, well, that's what everybody else should do. The only reason there was the longest time where I only had a 15-minute chart for years. Only had a 15-minute chart. And then the lowest I had was a 5 minute chart. But since I started enacting Trade Wave, I wanted to have a 2 minute chart because it sort of can get me into a trade a little bit earlier, looking at a 2 minute on the wave. Well, this is an awesome short by the AI on the ATAC. There was a short at 1916, and you had all sorts of time to take it if you could have waited. It had a nice little pop and it came back up to the. But right now, this is a nice looking trend down, and the next. Well, is this going to act as support? 1788 is the next low in a monthly chart. Will that act as support? Now, if it doesn't, and on the weekly chart, that's the same. Yeah. So 16. So if it takes out 1788, oops, I'm going to put a price alert there because if it takes that out, then obviously it's not acting as support. And then the next low is around 16. Still a lot of room underneath. Now, this is not an earnings play, but they're trying to. This is sort of preliminary. They said 890 consensus with 886. So probably the initial. No, it never really popped on that. Yeah, most of the time anyway, for me at Interactive Brokers, when it's some crazy low 500,000 shares in the float, I will not have shorts available at Interactive Brokers, so I don't have to worry too much about trying to short a top like this. Even though had I had, it's a matter of okay, where. Obviously, in retrospect, sure, you've got shorts at 970, awesome. Now it's halted on the way down. Not easy to try to pick tops and bottoms. Now look at silver. Okay, AG is it finally? No, AG. This is the company AG. That's silver as its symbol. Will the VWAP hold it? What is silver doing right now? SLV. Wow, still strong. I mean, it's still moving higher. So AG is sort of bucking the trend a little bit as it's dropping a little bit. Now, what I want to do, what time's it now? 10:30. I got to remember to do this maybe after the market, an hour after 9:30. I'm going to click on new from the toolbar, click on dock to channel bar. I'm going to scroll down, click on the show more. I'm going to go to sector status. Okay. Got to remember to do this. And still, they haven't, never mind. I'm not going to complain. Okay. So what you're seeing here, these are some of the major sectors. Okay. Now, if you load the channel, unfortunately, you still have to do this. If you have to right click on this, on the sectors. Okay. Right click on it, go to time frame and click on live always. I don't know why they cannot make the use. Right now, it's stuck at use historical data, which is from Friday. So anyway, just I mean, it's not a big deal, but just I don't know what Pepe is, but I know he's probably squirming in his seat. Just click on the live always. So bottom line is this. This is trying to tell you what the sectors are. The major sectors are some of them. So here's silver. You can see silver is up 7.3%. Gold is up 2.5%. But silver, you can see, is the top sector in terms of a percentage move from Friday. And if you scroll down, it's kind of 50-50. Okay. If you scroll down, and here's okay, IBB, one of the biotech ones, down 1.6%. Looking at XRT, I would have thought XRT would be down more just because of AEO and ANF and some of the other retailers, but it's basically flat. But that's how you can take a look at a glance. What are the strong sectors? What are the weak sectors? So silver. I mean, there you go. Silver and gold, two strong sectors today. Now, what I would do, we don't have it, but what I would do is, maybe create a symbol list with what the silver plays in there. I don't think we have a symbol list like that because what you're seeing here, these are some of the major sectors from this list. Okay, here's financial. Want to find one that's a little more dramatic, perhaps. Okay, here's communications as an example. Not you can see right there. That's 70. What is that 72% in revenue? It means that 72% of the stocks that make up XLC, the communication sector, are down for the day. Okay, and doesn't mean they're collapsing or anything. But here's Disney. Disney, that's a pretty big move for Disney. It's down 2%. Okay, so Disney is the weakest stock in the communication sector, down 2%, down 2.3%. The strongest stock is up here, CMSA, CMCSA, Comcast, strongest stock. So here's how you can identify the strongest and weakest stock within these major sectors. Now, what can be nice, especially if you see a sector, I don't really see one today. I mean, that's the closest. Sometimes you're going to see that virtually every stock is one way. either all down, virtually all of them are down, or all of them are up. But you might see, okay, imagine this was 72%. Imagine that was 90%. Okay, 90% of the stocks that made it up or make up the communication sector were down for the day. So what you would do is you would take a look, go to the top and say, well, what one is bucking the trend? What is going against the sector? I mean, you can kind of see. I mean, again, there's nothing tremendously dramatic today. I mean, here's consumer staples, which is, who knows? Finally, we might get close to the 200-day moving average. 76%. So here's SPZ, Constellation is up 4%. What's the worst one? GIS. The retailer. No, I'm sorry, it's not. It's General Mills. I was confusing it with, I think, Gillian or anyway. It's not a retailer. Excuse me. But you can see this is the worst performing one in the sector. So that's how you can, so you could use this. There could be some of you out there that says, you know what? That's what I'm going to do. That's how I'm going to use trade ideas. Go to this every day and check out the strongest sectors, the weakest sectors, the strongest and weakest in each sector. You might pick one sector just to concentrate on. Again, and that is from the sector status. All right, guys, ATEC broke down through that 1780 mark. Mm, my goodness, EVTV. Well, that was the one, guys. You know, when I was talking about it, I said, you know what? It hasn't really given it up that much. And then I just got distracted on it. But it was a great, I mean, when you look at it on a 5 minute or even a 2 minute, you can just see that it held the 120. You could have taken that stock around 120. You could have stopped around 110 and see what happened. And well, you can see what happened. Again, it's whether we think this is a pump and dump doesn't really matter. As long as it was an eye-catching press release, as I said in the pre-market, eye-catching press release. Whether they make any money from that press release, that's not it doesn't matter. Well, you mean right now? I'm not going to buy it now, unusual. I mean, it's pushing higher, but at some point, and also look at that, it's coming right into the 200-day moving average. So, whoa, if I had shorts available for this, I'd be really looking closely at a short on this one. It got right into the 200-day moving average. I don't think I have shorts available though. The answer is no. I didn't think so. Well, I mean, it would be too much. First of all, if I pull back all the way to the VWAP, I don't know. I have no other moving average on my chart, so I mean, but I wish the VWAP were a little higher, maybe a pull into the foot. The VWAP's at 114. That'd be a pretty steep pullback. I just have to accept the fact that I probably missed it, and that's it. The other thing too is, I mean, you look at the 200-day moving average. I mean, it's very close. It got right into it. 200-day moving average is 179. What was the high? 178. So right now, that is the block. Right now. Well, I can't speak for most people unusual. I hard for me. I mean, people that are just going to chase it. Yeah. I mean, I just don't chase. There are people that will chase it though. They just get ticked off and they'll say, man, I missed it, but I'm going to take it. I just don't do that. I mean, I can't speak for most people. I know what I don't do, and that's I will not chase it. I'll just move on. I missed my entry right around here at on that break right there, the 120 break. So, I mean, some will have a moving average on a chart. I don't, you can notice I don't have any moving averages on my chart. Now, you might say, well, the breakdown underneath the low, that's on a 2-minute chart on the wave right there. On the 5 minute, maybe 136, maybe if it holds there, that's the low of the wave on the 5 minute, maybe. But some of you might have a moving average on your chart, and if it comes into the moving average, um, depending on what sort of trading style you have, you might look at that and say, okay, will it hold that moving average? And now look at it. Yeah, EVTV halted on the way down. Now, is it over for the day? Not necessarily, but you can see. I mean, if you want to see the power of the 200-day moving average, I mean, that's it right there. I'm not saying that's going to happen every single time a stock gets into the 200-day moving average, but man, I mean, that almost right to the penny. Okay. Yeah, and that's what stalled it. That's what acted as resistance on the way up. All right, Velo now. Velo finally so it's below yesterday's close. Okay, below yesterday's close, Friday's close. The next low looking left is 1975. So that's too close. 19. Oh, wait a minute. 1880. I'm sorry, that was intraday on the 5 minute. So 1880. So there's about a dollar to that low. Now, the problem I got with it is the spread, okay? 1989, 2002. This is too much. Well, Pepe, at least for me anyway, the SPY chart is correct. Okay, I haven't had to reload it. It looks like it is performing as expected. Hopefully, SK and others who have had the same sort of issue, maybe they've crossed fingers. Maybe they've corrected that. Remember SOGP earlier, guys? Really starting to give it up now. SOGP starting to give it up. They issued some letter to the shareholders, and that popped the stock. But William would not be seeing that one. I said you would not be seeing that one because the average was only 29,000. Give me a moment, guys. Man, this never had more trouble trying to get a column to the right width than the one you than your scan, William. Not your fault. All right, HYMC continues to be super strong. I would, if you're going to take something like this, I would still have, I'd have silver. I'd have this thumbnail to see if it's still strong, which it is. It has not had a big pullback at all, and that is now. You know what, guys? EBTV, even though it got halted on the way down, it actually popped. It actually popped up. So this may not be over, but it's got to take out that 200-day moving average. If it does take out the 200-day moving average, which is probably right in 198. 227. If I can get through all those, I mean, the fantasy area would be $5. Boy, Beam is still strong. I mean, it has not pulled back very much at all. A little pullback there, but it is still strong. Beam, the next high looking left on the monthly is 35.25, so that's pretty close. Keep looking at this one as a potential short. I saw up in the pre-market. I trying to see. I didn't see it after that, but I must have taken out the $1 earlier. But it's over $1 now. Remember my scan. Most of my scans don't have anything under $1. My minimum price is $1. So up now is right at 101 UP up. Next high looking left on the daily chart is 104. Looks like 103, so it's kind of right there. Is there any news on it? See if there's anything that's causing this to move. And I do well, wheels up experience. See if I can see wheels up. Yeah, it doesn't say why. It just says it is. So probably from your news feed, William, it probably just says a volume mover, a momentum mover of some sort, or up. I mean, look, if it can get through 107, the next highs are up in the 140 mark. So I'll put a price alert around 107 and see if it takes that out. The next highs on the weekly are in the 140 level. So that certainly would be enough room, but remains to be seen whether or not it can get through that 107. And that's for the up UP. Wow. I mean, Beam, super strong. Interesting. Beam has not won a race. If anybody wants to understand what the race concept is, just let me know. I've decided I'm not going to go over a lot of things unless I get questions on it. I think you guys to be a little more proactive. So Vito, I tried to answer your question, but I didn't see what you meant. What is the news that you asked that a while ago, half an hour ago? I don't see anything on the ONS that you're ONDS that you're talking about. Okay, guys. Well, there's up now is right at that high, that weekly high. We'll just take it out. Well, what is the symbol for the two timer? Is it ONDL or something? Well, it said it was halted for whatever reason. I don't know. Trading halt. So I didn't see that ONDS actually was halted, but don't know. I can't. All I see it was halted for news, and then it was It must be open now. I don't know. I can't tell you why. Your scan actually, William, is not bad for just stocks, just for momentum stocks. I mean, not necessarily. I mean, I know you try to figure out a way to short them, but boy, oh boy, just straight momentum stocks. I mean, I'm sure I'm going to see the same ones down here. And that was a pretty good. I see a little buy flag, right? I'm sorry, that would not be the time though. 10:55. That can't be the time. No, would have been nice to see that little get an alert on that buy flag. Telling you guys, between 12 and 1 Eastern time on Wednesday, CEO of Trade Ideas probably will have his own YouTube stream going. Ask him, keep asking him. More people who ask about, why can't we get an alert for buy and sell? Keep asking as a real feature request. No, look at Sarepta, guys. SRPT. Any news on this one? These are lawyers, right? Yeah, they're lawyers. Just want to see if there's any specific news on Sarepta. I don't see any news on it today, but it is down 8%. Guys, this is an interesting short possibility. I mean, it had the little pause here, and it's got room down to 21, about $21. Well, I mentioned this one in the pre-market, guys. Now this is breaking out a little bit here. V wave breaking out a little bit. Okay, didn't have that much volume. It's still not a ton of volume, 500,000 shares, but it is starting to break out a little bit. Spread isn't terrible, 14.90, 14.96. I would probably have to wait for a 15 break. I'll put a price alert at 15.02. See if it does that. And again, they made some announcement. Announces the formation of a joint venture platform, something to do with AI, etc. Hey guys, ATEX having a bounce. I was going to short that one. That was from our AI. Okay, just give me a moment here. Okay, we're at 15 right now. V wave right at 15 right now. The next high, I can't. I mean, this is an all-time high, lifetime high. Looks like a lifetime high now for V wave, VWAV. We're at 15, 1505. Bid ask. Yeah, 15, 1510 now in the bid ask. Yeah, I mean, look at the spread now. I think 1495, 1508. It's getting a little bit more dicey for me anyway. This is this blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, this is what I use to when I'm looking to get into something. I'm checking the spread, of course, and how rapidly the stock is trading. Oh, thank you, William. Okay. All right, guys. Some of the silver plays look like they're starting to give it up a little bit here. Here's a silver play, CDE, and underneath the VWAP. Okay, underneath the VWAP. So maybe I'm going to take this short, but what is silver doing? What is SLV doing? Is it finally starting to drop somewhat? No, no. It's not moving down. Okay, so even though CDE may be looking weak, I don't know why. Even though CDE is looking a little bit weak, I mean, silver is still not weakening yet. Well, I'm not going to take this short. Had SLV been curling down also, I probably would take that short, but it is not. So, I mean, it may move down on its own, but I don't want to go. I don't want to go counter to the sector. Wow, you've had shorts available for the OPTX. That was an awesome short from our AI. And late, not late, but I mean, no, 10, 12. Is that 10, 12? No, would have been here. So you would have made, you know what? There's a reentry, guys. There's a classic use of the reentry. If you had shorted it right when the AI suggested, you would have done okay. But then look what happened. It came back up to the suggested entry, but it actually hit the stop. And remember, it hits the stop and gets halfway between the original entry suggestion and the stop price, which was 628. Halfway between 610 and 628 is 619. That would have given you, if you hadn't taken it the first time, you could have taken it right there at 619. If it meets your trading style. The same thing with the SATL. Again, if you just wait for reentries, don't worry about the first time. You get an alert on our AI. A lot of people just wait for reentries. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I will explain it. I'm probably going to regret not taking the V wave, but the spread is just keeping me out of it. But it's an all-time high. Well, there is technically the all-time high, but remember, pre-market doesn't count. Boy, Beam, it just has. I mean, that's so beautiful. It has not had a major pullback yet. Well, I guess we could call this 35.18 down to the. Actually, that was a very major pullback from 35.18 right down to the VWAP. It was a couple of dollars. So that was a pretty major pullback, but the VWAP held it. You can see right on the chart, acted as support. Does that happen all the time? Of course not. But in this particular case, the VWAP area acted as support for Beam, BEAM. Last morning for me, I'm going to check to see. I have an announcement. If it's Steve today, not Steve, not Steve. It's Chris. So yeah, so Chris will take over for me in our YouTube room at about noon Eastern time. Okay, so about little 53 minutes from now. Okay. So when I do take my break, I will put the link for YouTube in the main room, so you can head over and listen to Chris. So obviously Oracle's having a good day, guys. Pretty good day. This is a two-time. You want to play if you think Oracle is going to continue to move, plenty of volume. Spread is okay. This is a two-time ETF designed specifically for Oracle. But remember, Oracle is probably up about 3%, the stock. This is two times the move. But remember, if Oracle starts to move down, so if Oracle, the stock, move down 1%, this will move down 2%. So you understand your risk. But if you thought Oracle was, and I'm not saying to take it now, obviously pretty extended, but just in general, these two-time ETFs designed for specific stocks, interesting way to play them, especially the more expensive ones. You don't want to look at Oracle right now. I mean, it's a $200 stock. And as I said, it was up, say, 3%. So you could, if you thought Oracle was going to continue to move, then ORCX. Yeah, ORCX. Now, if you thought it was running out of steam, you could always short this one. Now, there's probably a short designed for Oracle that you could buy. The same idea. Boy, this is so again, it's another way, especially in the expensive stocks, another way to play them. If there is a short, it's got to be one. I just don't know why it's not showing up. I might like the setup. Okay, CGTL. Where are you, CGTL? I've called it several times, of course. Well, it's obviously it's curling up. $3 is the VWAP. Okay, so I mean it could stall there, but you're right. It's sort of making still down for the day, though. I would probably wait for it to get positive for the day if I were going to do anything on this. Beam. Now, Beam, is it finally starting to okay, a little bit underneath the whole number, just a little bit. The wave is still strong, okay? It's still blue. Like to see it curl down, get orange. Now, this is not Lululemon, okay? I'm sure Lululemon hates this, but Lulu's Fashion Lounge, okay? This is not Lululemon, but there's the name of the company. And it's up 60% now. What's the volume like? Pretty good. I mean, it's almost a million shares, 45 times normal. Didn't see this was not actually it was semi-active in the pre-market, but now it's just ripping here. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, okay? Not shortable. I mean, this looks and this is not showing up, of course, on yours, William, because it only has 440,000 in the float. Somebody holding after Friedland, yeah, Friedland Enterprises takes a 5% stake, pushes governance reforms. So I guess is what we call an activist shareholder. Wow. I mean, this is a massive move now. That was sort of delayed reaction. It's not shortable for me. Remember I was looking at silver as a potential short. Look at it now, AG, not silver, SLV, but the stock, AG. It looked like it was, would it hold the VWAP? And it is holding the VWAP. So the silver plays are still, oh, CDE that I was looking at, but let's take a look at silver. Is it still popping or is it just sort of resting? No, a little pop in silver, SLV. And you know what? CDE might be a nice, yeah. So this might be a nice long. I mean, it's now starting to move with the sector again. I mean, it got down below the VWAP, but the VWAP now it's sitting on the VWAP area. And the spies had just okay. Recovery is completed from being down about 3.5 points in the pre-market. Market open, and it's just been running and running and running. So now it's above Friday's close. I had my price alert at 700. Well, I was looking at shorting Velo, but look how choppy it was. It was underneath the VWAP. I was looking at shorting this one, but just just too choppy. I mean, there's now maybe the trend is starting to establish itself a little bit, but basically an all-time high. That was the all-time high up here, 2165. So it's at the all-time high right now for Velo, VELO. Is this really what they do? Developing and manufacturing metal laser sintering printing machines for 3D printing. Is that really what they do? Because I mean, the 3D printers have not been really in vogue. So it could be one of these things that they could have they could have switched sectors or what do I think about PHAT, PHAT? You're talking about for a swing trade though, right? Develop. I'm talking to develop in the YouTube room. Um, well, are you talking about it as a swing trade or are you talking about as a daily, an intraday trade? Right now, it's right at the VWAP. So, and it's down for the day. So there's nothing. So I don't know. Are you talking about a swing trade or are you talking about a daily swing? Well, I mean, right now, still, it's still weak, still down for the day. I mean, I'm not saying it's not going to run from here, but it's still down for the day. I'm not a swing trader at all, but I mean, right now, nothing is telling me that this is definitely going to turn around for you on a swing. So there's nothing to say that anything is going, even if it looks like it should turn around, that it's definitely going to do that. But well, that was on, that was on the 8th when they announced their offering. Yeah, $130 million. So it's, if anybody's a guess, it's, but it's still weak. I mean, that was on the 8th, so it has not recovered from that news, not yet anyway. But don't let me stop you. You think this is going to turn around now? Well, it's up to you. But as an intraday trade, it might be interesting. If it can take out the VWAP. The VWAP is at 1420. Well, listen, but develop. You can't. I mean, when you ask me, should I wait still? I, I'm just saying that to me, it's still weak. I mean, it's still down 5% for the day, and the financing was announced on the 8th, so it is not yet recovered from that news. So I mean, it's up to you. I'm not a swing trader though, okay? So I don't look at things like this and say, okay, I think I'm trying to guess if it's finally found a bottom. I mean, maybe it has. I mean, it's below a few weeks ago. Maybe that's holding it, but I mean, it's still weak. I mean, it's still down for the day quite a bit, 6%. Well, ASCII is doing its thing, guys. ASCII is doing its thing. ASTI, the next guy looking left is 537. That's fairly close. Okay. But some volume coming in. Some volume coming in. There's no news that I can see that pop that right now. Okay. I don't know if William has any news on this one, but this is the volume has come into ASTI. You can see 300,000 over 300. So it's more than a third of the total volume is right here in that 2 minute bar. And this is shortable for me, but it's ripping. But again, develop. Don't let me stop you. I mean, if you have this feeling that it's going to finally bounce from these levels, I mean that's fine. But remember, I'm not a swing trader. We're talking about the PHAT. Wow. So there's the high. They're going to take that out. 542 is the high. 539. Will that stall it? Will that stall it? It's right there now. Right there. Some new, I don't know if news came in or, it's been a super active stock, of course, over the last few days. So maybe some group somewhere decided, okay, let's go. And it just got, I believe, it probably just got halted. It just got halted. ASDI just got halted. How can I go about purchasing the trade ideas scanner? Well, here's how. Lunique. Give me a moment. There is my homepage, okay? So if you click on my homepage link, just put it underneath your question. And this is still, I checked it this morning. I'm very surprised, but I checked it this morning. So here is still a pretty good promo on, okay? Now, if you, unless you know it very, very well, if you're 100% convinced that you want this product, you get 28% off the premium annual. You can get 25% off the standard annual. You can get 25% off a premium monthly or a standard monthly, okay? So that's up to you which one you want, but I would not take out a premium annual unless you really know you want the product and you want to have access to the RAI. Our AI today has been pretty awesome, but that's up to you, okay? So that makes sense. Again, 28% off a premium annual, 25% off, 25% off a standard annual, or 25% off a premium monthly or a standard monthly. Now remember, if you take out a monthly, and there's no problem taking out a monthly, that 25% off is for the first month only. Okay, first month only. Yeah, LVLU. I mean, what you say? I mean, this is the another crazy one today. All about the float, guys. I mean, that crazy, crazy low float of 440,000 shares, which is just getting less and less crazy. So many stocks now with less than a million in the float. This could be an interesting one. A little buy flag right there. ARQT is right at the VWAP. If it takes out the VWAP, the VWAP is 2662, so it's right at the VWAP area. If it can take that out, it's down for the day, but it's trying to recover somewhat. And this is, again, I call this a pseudo earnings play because they're sort of releasing early, giving a sort of pre earnings release. The earnings release is supposed to be March 3rd. So they're trying to condition the market that it's not going to be too bad. But I'm only talking as an intraday trade develop, okay? I'm not talking about swinging it in terms of the ARQT. But you're right, it is somewhat like fat in that it's just sort of sitting right at the VWAP. It's one way or the other. Why did they do a financing also? The ARQT develop similar news in terms of a financing. I don't see the financing, but it is not working. I tried it this morning and it was working, so maybe they've disabled it. Give me a moment, okay? I did try it this morning and it was working. Let me try again. Yeah, it was working this morning pre-market, but they've disabled it. So you're trying to go monthly, right? Are you trying to go monthly or you want to take out an annual standard? An annual monthly, yeah. I'll tell you what, I mean, the best I can do is 15%, but if you do decide that you want it on an annual, I'll be able to get you 25% later. How's that? It's not that much of a difference, okay? Sorry about that. Changed it. So you can use buried 15, okay? It was working. I checked it this morning before the market opened and it was working, but they've obviously made the switch. So you can use buried 15. But if later on you do want an annual, I can get you 25%. I have to get you, gentlemen, change it on my homepage now. Give me a moment, guys. I have to do some adjustments here on changing the promo code now. I was, yeah, I was surprised to see that it was still active this morning, but Marissa must have got up and changed. She's the one who does all the promo codes. Okay, guys. Yeah, the spread on the ARQT. Gosh, 11:32 already. Now, keep an eye maybe on AEO, guys. AEO is right at 25. It's had a fairly nice recovery. Okay, it's had a fairly, well, not fairly, it's had a great recovery. 24, well, a dollar from the lows. But look at the 2 minute, look at the wave. It's right at 25 now. It's sort of an earnings play, sort of in that, they basically said, you know what? We did not have as great a Christmas as we thought, or holiday season, or whatever as we thought. Okay, guys, I'm just really intrigued by the ARQT. Okay, it's still just over the VWAP. Hey guys, AEO just over the whole number, 2510. AEO just over that whole number. That's a pretty psychological number, in my opinion, to take out $25. Oh, you're more than welcome, and I appreciate it, or as they say now, appreciate you. When did that start? It's true though, but it's you know what? We can rail against these things, but when it becomes like an epidemic, it's like irregardless. So many people use irregardless that it may as well be correct now. But people use it irregard. Every time I hear that, it's fingernails on the chalkboard, blackboard. But if enough people say it, I know Pepe. But if enough people say it, it becomes a norm. I'll never say it. Don't worry. Is it really? It's in the dictionary. Irregardless is now in the dictionary. There you go. You mean Robolox? Robolox. What's wrong with that? All right, guys. Let's see now. 11:37. So about 20 minutes. I'll be taking a break. I'm continuing to watch this ARQT, just sort of hanging around the VWAP area. No, no, I didn't. It's not Robolox. It's Roblox, according to you. I was just kidding you, but you didn't pick that up. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Blaine. I made a big mistake. It was Jet Blue, but don't worry about it because it didn't trigger. It was Jet Blue, not Jet. My mistake. Okay, but it did not trigger, so no harm. Okay, the trigger is 520 for Jet JBLU. I just made a mistake when I typed in Jet instead of Jet Blue. Okay, but it did not trigger. Did not get up to 520. So it's not a bad trade of the week. It's so far a non-existent one. How do I know you're kidding? Grumpy. All right, guys. 11:39 now. Okay, so my promo should be now. That's a big challenge considering we're only barely into it, Obi. Yeah, so the gentleman who looks after my homepage now has changed it, okay? 15%. All right, gonna forget about that one, the ARQT. It's just sort of all right. This is just over the whole number. FWRG. Let's take a look at this one. The First Watch Restaurant Group. Where is the next high? 1878 on the weekly chart. 1657. A little bit of room. I wish there were more room. There was more room on that one, but there was a little bit of room. And another one drives me crazy. March the 10th is their official, okay, official news or earnings release. and they're reporting preliminary Q4. Okay, so that's the reason why this is up. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mike. I'm sorry, I was muted. I was muted. So let me go over this again. So it's possible that you didn't fill out your exchange agreements correctly. You know, you have to always, one of the steps is saying you're not a professional trader. Most of you, of course, are not, but the exchanges have to know that. So you have to fill that out correctly. Also, your username and password, they're case sensitive. That can be an issue. But if you're convinced you've done it correctly, you can always go to info@trade-ideas.com and they'll take a look at your account, okay, to make sure to see what's going on. You have to just give them your email address. Just say, listen, I just signed up, but I'm having a problem logging on. So they can take a look and see what's going on, okay? It's hard for me to know, but the usual reason could be username and password not put in correctly, and or you have not filled out those exchange agreements correctly. And every platform requires it. In fact, I forgot to do it with IB, and they gave me a big warning. They said, "If you do not fill out you have everybody has to do it every single year to, let the exchanges know that you're not a, professional trader." And I got my warning email. So hopefully that'll help you, Lunique. Yeah, so you can see why it was halted. Look at the volume that came into BDSX. A lot of volume just poured in, over 1,000,000 shares, and it popped up too fast. So there's your halt. Now this is it actually got up to $9. So this, I don't think, well, I've shown the blue screen, but this is the big window. This is from Interactive Brokers, time and sales from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, there's your halt price, 896 for BDSX. All I'm trying to show you where it could open. Okay, now, so if you're in this one, of course, you want a number greater than the halt price, which right now there is. Doesn't mean it's going to open at 903 or greater, but it's trying to give you a bit of a clue as to where it could open. See, Jinko Solar is on the move here, guys. JKS. I think I backed off this FWRG because of the spread at the time. But right now the spread isn't bad. But all right, guys, 11:50. So in about 10 minutes, I will be taking a break. Now this one is moving, but I think it's coming BHBN, but it's coming right into the 12 area, and there could be some resistance there. So this could turn into maybe a short. William, maybe maybe a short. I'm looking to short one of these tops, BHBN, but is it showing up for you? Yes, it should be showing up for you. Now, whether or not you're going to show it or short it, that's another issue. But you can see that $12 could be the block. There's the BDSX. So what did it do? It opened, but it did not open. It did get up to 950, but it came right back down. This could get halted on the way down based on that move. Could get halted on the way down, especially if the bid ask remain. Well, there were some shares available too. Tricky though. I mean, tricky to try to when you're trying to short these ones with low floats. Just one moment. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm back. Beam. Well, at least it won some races here. Well, I mean, at this point, I mean, they're obviously up here, what right there on that transition. There's going to be a day where I'm just going to follow about 4 or 5 stocks and just follow them all day long. I don't know when that day is coming, but because I'm just missing out on some of these. But anyway, being right there would have been an ideal short on the transition, about 35.70. It got down to 34.30 before it pulled up. At this point, I mean, it's hard to know, whether it's a potential short still. There's a little buy flag here. So it's hard to know. I can't tell, we don't know. Look at the 5 minute. It's still holding the blue. Okay, guys, let me 11:55. So I will put in the YouTube link in the main room, so you guys can head over to YouTube in about 5 minutes from now. Chris should take over for me in our YouTube room. So there's a link to get into YouTube. Okay, and I will put my announcement up. Okay. So again, just waiting for Chris to show up in about probably about 3 or 4 minutes from now. Yeah, I mean, Beam is, it's it's trying to hold this little move up. It's over the whole number, which is, for me, it's always nice. Um, It was a high of the day, 30. Wow. I mean, it's got room to the high, obviously. Still looks pretty strong. I mean, it's up 28%. And so their news is this probably was earlier, but extends cash runway into 2029, reports progress on its genetic medicine pipeline, reaching higher after reaching FDA alignment on Beam 302. So that was all the news today for Beam. So it's still pretty strong. Yeah, it did finally have the pullback, but it is still pretty strong. And if you look on the 5-minute, I mean, it did not transition to orange on the 5-minute. It more or less consolidated. So some really, really good reentries. The OPTX, obviously, this is on a short. The EVTV, I mean, it has a shot, I think, at being one of the late dayers. The volume, I mean, look at the volume. 470 million shares, guys, 205 times normal, only 400 and a little over, less than 5 million in the float. So this has a shot, but look what it has to do. It has to get through the 200-day moving average. So if I haven't done it before, I better put a price alert just around there. When I say it has a shot, it might have a shot on the afternoon. If it gets through that, because I mean the volume is absolutely incredible, and it's an eye-catching press release. It's that simple. Okay, guys, so I'm just waiting for a little pop that'll let me know that Chris is in our YouTube room. Boy, this just ripped off that 12 mark. The last time I saw it was just over 12, and now look at this Biohaven. Looking at a potential short, but nope. Look at that. I mean, we were looking at maybe the monthly chart, holding it, but nope. And it's not a low float. Was that a pop I heard? Maybe not. So this is the news on now. They might have this news earlier, but reporting early clinical data across, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not going to read the whole thing. So they did have some news. BHVN did have some news.
Can you hear me now, Barry?
Now I can hear you. Okay, just give me one moment, Chris. Okay, guys, Chris is in our YouTube room right now. I've put in the YouTube link. You can head over and listen to Chris. And I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. Chris, can you hear me?
Yes, indeed I can.
Okay, remember last week we had the issue.
Yeah,
Yeah, who knows?
Who knows what it was, to be honest.
But every week is different. And so today we can both, there was a time I couldn't hear you, you couldn't hear me. Now we can both hear each other. So all's good with the world.
Indeed, all is copacetic now.
Yes. All right, my friend. Well, listen, I've had what an active morning for me. So I'm going to take my break now. Did you do anything this morning, just out of curiosity? I don't. When I say do
Yes,
anything, I'm
but
talking
not
about
trade
stock.
ideas related, not trading related.
Okay. All right.
Unfortunately.
How's
But
been the activity with emails and all? I sort of keeping track, but is it about the same or?
it's got its ebbs and flows, but my trading anyways is going to be more me making some lists of things I want to see on the swing trading side for now. I
Right.
will say
Okay.
I've been extremely active in back testing and working on some stuff where I'm forever hopeful that I'll have some kind of day trading scan that
So you're
has
not trying
systematic to
to
follow.
backtest on the swing trade?
No, back testing on the swing trading has proven really useless for me, to be honest.
Really? Okay.
Yeah,
By
it's
holding
been
it
it's
2 or
been
3 or
really
4
tough
days.
because you're stuck at exiting at the beginning of the day or the end of the day essentially.
Right. Right.
And with spreads and things like that, especially at the beginning of the day, it makes it just that much tougher. And I can't tell you how many times things look good through the back test or parts of it, where if you could get rid of it midday, great, but you can't.
Yeah. Okay. All right, my friend. Well, we'll see you in about 1 hour, and have a nice little hour. Okay.
You have a nice break, Barry. We'll see you in an
Okay.
hour.
Thank you. Okay.
So, all right, everybody. Happy Monday to you all. Hopefully, everybody can hear me coming in loud and clear and have good eyes on my screen. As per usual, this is an open forum. I don't do any pre-done content for anybody that's new here. Rely on you folks to drive the content of this with your questions that you need answered on the software. I do think it's best when you folks are driving the content with things that you are trying to learn. Oftentimes, questions that you have are also similar or the same as questions other folks have as well. It starts up good dialogue back and forth. Really helps with that kind of community vibe that we like to have here, especially in these live streams. Of course, if no one is going to chime in the question box, I'll do my best to keep this as informative and relevant as possible to the topic of trade ideas and or the market. So with all of that said, don't be shy. Get those questions in for me, please. Give it another second here. If I continue to get the silent treatment, I will I'm going to bring something up that's been on my mind since last week when I did the live stream on Monday. So I guess we'll dive into it at this point. So last week, folks asked me for, things that I look for in the market and my swing trading and so on and so forth. Good afternoon, Justin. And, we went through some different charts and whatnot. And one of them, I said that was, high on my list of possible swing trades to take, especially because it's been good to me over the last year plus, is AAOI. But I said last week when we discussed it on Monday, I had said that there was 0% chance that I would be taking a trade in AAOI on Monday or Tuesday of last week. And I said it was unlikely to take a trade in it last week, period. And I'd just like to note that, so that was Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. And so here it is. And the reason I bring this up is because I have a setup that I'm waiting for and I want to see, and it hasn't unfolded yet. It's still possible it could happen, and I am waiting on it and watching the stock. But this is why if someone was like, oh, well, Chris is talking about it, so maybe I could just get in it early. Well, if you did that, you'd be sitting underwater, and that wouldn't be good, So, I'm waiting to see if we can get up above that 35-ish level, somewhere up in here, 35, 36, and hold it well. And if we could do that, then I'd be interested in it again. Until that happens, I'll be watching. That's why patience is a virtue well rewarded in most everything we do. So there's no such thing as being early for a stock. It just means that you are changing your plan or your time frame on the trade, essentially, or changing what your logical entry would have been. It's really just a excuse or misnomer to say I didn't follow my trading plan, essentially. So, anyways, had been on my mind over the last several days, and I want to make sure I brought it up today for any of those parties that were around last week during that discussion. So again, folks, open forum here. Do not be shy. Although if you're being shy, that's fine. So be it. I am going to, let's go over my top 10 of the race. We haven't been doing that much over the last year or so. And while I'm not day trading, that doesn't mean it's not relevant to much of the crowd that's out there. So let's first go over the last winner, BDSX. What do we got going on here? Well, this is quite the mover and shaker, to say the least. Let me bring my drawing tool around here. Yeah, it looks like a good spot for the drawing tool. Beautiful gap up here. And a great move on the gap up. Pulled back towards the opening of the day. Bounced off it. And look at that, as it recaptured the VWAP, really went off again. So, not an easy trader, but certainly some orderly items in there. Different folks for different trading plans and different styles. So it's BDSX. Let's look at the number one winner of the day, VLU. I don't know what to say on something like this. It's kind of skipping around. Got these weird moments. Yeah, odd. Lulu's Fashion Lounge Holdings. With Lululemon related. No idea what this is. Shrink this race down a bit. Stick the drawing tool here. That's a little better. Again, don't be shy, folks. Please get some questions in if you have for me. So, yeah, not crazy about that chart that we were just looking at. CRWG. Let's take a look at that. So I'm guessing this is a 2x CrowdStrike ETF. I'm guessing CrowdStrike's having a nice day. BDSX, we just went over that a moment ago. That had been the last winner. SMX. Interestingly enough. A little bit of a gap up on it. Gap and go, pulled back, found some support at 25. And move off of that. I'd have to guess that this thing has had many reverse splits. I wouldn't assume that this is a healthy company at this point. But nevertheless, there it is. Day trading its way into today's stars and fame. OPTX. What are you? Who are you? What are you doing? So gap up, quite a move up. And to me, this looks like Holly is shorting it, actually. Let's take a look. I've got Holly on another window. See it on the Holly blotter. Oh, yes, there it is. Duh, right at the top of it. Oh, I got Holly on another screen. So, yeah, Holly shorted it, and what a short that is from Holly, as a matter of fact. So, it was a high flyer for a while, and then it got shorted. Trying to bounce here at that 5 level, but not looking real healthy as far as that goes, but it had itself a strong start nonetheless. Ready, let's move on. FJET, FJET. Another one. Some of these just real high flyers off the open, giving it back and then finding some bounce to them. Look, it's a newer issue of some kind. Maybe looking at reclaim of the VWAP there, slash $13 to see it give a challenge on that high of the day again. So if anybody was in the market for an idea, maybe setting a price alert just below 13 might be a good idea. Not something I'm interested in, as I've shied away, as I've indicated many times about day trading, but nevertheless, that's certainly an idea that's there. Plenty of liquidity too. You got 1.9 million traded on it. Soon to eclipse that 2 million mark. Drawing it, go, and let's move on. What are we looking at next? SLS. Larger float on a small price stock, 141 million in that float. Definitely has reverse split a time or three. Having itself a day today. A move, found some support. It's moved again. Maybe a pullback, found some support to see if it can move again. I'd say, if it can get above this area here, it's actually got room. Will it do that? I don't know. That'd be quite the move. It's already up 16.3% today. But that's something to keep an eye on. Quite a bit of volume, some kind of news maybe or something. Got it really activated through there. That's SLSCGTL. Let's take a look at CGTL. Oof. This is why trading the open the first 15 to 30 minutes can be so tough, right? I mean, just going absolutely batty and just absolutely giving it up. So that'd be tough to, sit through for sure. I don't think that's going to make any kind of recovery today, but you never know. Doubtful, but I've seen stranger things happen. TAL, I believe that's a Chinese stock, education related, yes. Yeah, big move, rejected off 12. I don't think it's any surprise if we look back on the chart, rejected off that 12 level. If we look back further, I'm sure we'll see even more. I'm consolidating here. It's held the VWAP. Get some interest back in it, maybe take another shot. 7.5% on the day, so it's has made a significant move without any question. And last but not least, for the top 10, EOSE. It's an energy company, yeah. And move up and a pullback, and move up and a pullback, and move up. Currently pulling back. Question: can it move up again? Again, up 10% on the day from the prior close. So it's that's hefty already as it is. It's made a run. It's run up into an area that it may see some trouble. Never know. Large float though, 310 million in that float. Nothing to sneeze at, that's for sure. Relative volume just over 2 2/3 to this point. Very liquid stock. It's closing in on 18 million shares traded. So some heavy interest in that for whatever reason. So again, folks, this is an open forum. It's not really meant to be just me talking at you. I much prefer it when you folks are asking questions and engaging. As I said before, if you're not so inclined to do it, so be it. Nothing I can do about that. But I do always like it when you folks are engaging and asking the questions and whatnot. So, all right, I guess no anything coming in from you folks at this time. Let's take a look. Let's bring up the The old sector analysis. Why not, right? Got nothing else going on. Silver is really just gone nutty. I mean, like, holy cow nutty at this point, right? Can it keep it up? Maybe. We're going to find out, I guess, right? Silver miners as well. Gold is not afraid to attempt to keep pace anyways. Here's your gold miners. You got your junior miners for both silver and gold there as well. I'm not seeing there's GLD. There's GLD representing gold itself. It'd be tough to find some stronger stocks and sectors over the last year, I'll tell you that much. And this thing is just wow. Uranium. I haven't seen uranium in a hot minute. No pun intended, but happy that that happened. Hopefully everybody would understand that. Uranium trying to make a move here. Get the picture-in-picture chart there. Let's set that to the last 5 years. Let's go way back, hit the way back machine. So yeah, uranium, multi-year breakout still going on here. I wouldn't call it a momentum breakout over multi-years, but certainly a breakout. How do I find races for swing trading? I don't, I'll be honest. I like a top list for my swing trading idea generation. There may be people out there that are using the races for their swing trading, and good on them. I just don't have a way to do it. I'd rather just, go through the top lists. I'm not looking for things that are moving the second necessarily for my swing trading. I'm looking at things in different positions and holding levels, where the races are really kind of looking at what's moving now type of thing. If you were basing intraday action as part of, if you're going to take a trade or not, you could continue to use the intraday action. You could also race based on, I'm going to pull up some different things here, but position and range, if you're using maybe longer term ranges, the 5-day, 10-day, or 20-day position and ranges. So, you might race on any of those as well for the underlying top list, basically saying, hey, top list, find me stocks that meet the criteria that I want in the swing trading. And then let's see how they're moving based on that criteria today, as a way to maybe use as deterministic of why you'd like it. I wouldn't say that they're meant for intraday. That's just my way to do it. That doesn't make it right or wrong. An example that I could give non-stock related is years ago I tried these inserts for my shoes when I was bartending and waiting tables as my full-time job. And I had put the inserts in wrong, actually. My feet had never been more comfortable. Go figure. Wasn't necessarily right what I did, but it worked, and I never changed it back again for the rest of the time that I was waiting tables. So that was several years. So I think this becomes one of those experiment a little bit and see what you like and don't like. But keep in mind the races, it's some now data, right? So if you're using now data in your swing trading, see, for me, go back on what I started with the AAOI. I'm looking for AAOI to reclaim an area and keep it claimed. I don't care about any of the action it does in between, outside of, if this thing were to completely fall apart, I don't know. I'd have to reassess everything about it and what would be a level that would make me interested in again in it. If it were to, let's say, collapse down to 20, for example, if it stays in the 30, above 30 and then it reclaims 35, but the races aren't going to help me know that. So it's just, it's part of, it's, my specific trading is why. You have to ask yourself, is there a viable way to use the races with the swing trading that I'm doing? So that's what I'd be pointing at as far as that goes. So keep the questions coming if you have them. Don't be shy. And anybody else with questions, don't be shy either. I'm going to go over, a few more things on the sectors list to continue to fill airtime. And let's see. So emerging markets, EEM, emerging index fund, breaking out to some new all-time highs there. I think. Maybe not. I don't know. Hard to say, actually, because these things reshuffle from the decay. So it says, 58.29 is a lifetime high, but I'm not seeing it over the last 5 years. So I don't really know. Either way, emerging markets looking quite strong, to say the least. Real strong, to say the least. Well, then I would say go through the filter list, Justin, and look for, what do you consider to be elite and premium like that? For me, I'm going through, at the end of days or, very early pre-market in the morning when I've got quiet time, I'm going through this entire list. I'm looking at every single chart on this. Click, 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 doing my homework. Some charts I'm passing by real fast, and other ones, I'm sticking around for a little bit to assess, is it really something I'm interested in or not? I'm looking for stocks breaking out. They don't need to be breaking out to new all-time highs or anything like that, but I want to see stocks that are not in no man's land. So this is, the scan that I use, and I've been using for many years now. And, I'm looking for stocks over $11. They're 75% above the low of 20 days or 75% above the low of today. Relative volume, one trade, at least 750,000 shares on the day. And then, let's go through a few charts here and see if I can find anything that I like. Now this happens to be at an all-time or near an all-time high. I like this, and the reason I like it is got this nice uptrend, kind of consolidates, a nice uptrend, consolidates, kind of squirrely in that consolidation, tries to break out, couldn't do it, comes back down, but didn't break back down to the low end of all this, and then finally breaks out. It's got a little bit of a consolidation going on up here, so I like that. I do like that very much, actually. It's a very nice setup. I don't care for the float, I'll be honest. The only reason I don't care for the float is a stock with that big of a float, hard to find it moving dynamically. And when I enter something, I'm not generally trying to hold things for weeks, but this is the kind of stock that it could take, it could take weeks to let the setup play out. Look at this move from here to here. It took, a couple of months for that to play out to get that nice move. You got to consider when you're holding a stock, your capital's tied up in it. I do not trade on margin. If I don't have the cash to cover the position, I don't trade it. That's just my personal rule. That's it. So I don't want to hold margin. I don't want to pay margin fees. I don't want to have anything to do with margin whatsoever. Margin is a great tool. And, if I was, some heavyweight trader doing this for 30 years or something like that, I'd probably be leveraging margin to my advantage. Having lived in that world like that for that long. It's not what I was and who I am, and so that's where that is. So anyways, long story long as always with me. NXE is kind of setup that I'm looking for. WB. It has some interestingness to it, but it's hard. This is bottom fishing. When you look at this monthly chart going back all that time, kind of hard for me to do that. Now look, in this uptrend, came back, found some support. The lines I'm drawing are terrible. I'm sorry for that. Came back and found some support and is now trying to break back out above that. I got some levels above it. Just that long-term look right there is kind of tough for me to like that, is all. VNet, let's take a look at that. A little more like in this one, right? It's down. All through here. Tried to get up, couldn't quite do it. Trying to get up again though. So it's, well off any bottoms. So I wouldn't call it bottom fishing necessarily. If we can capture this area here where it's found some recent resistance, it could start getting itself rolling a little bit here with VNet. So I like that. I do like that. I don't care for the fact that it's a Chinese stock. The only reason is because you never know with China stocks, similar to pharmaceuticals, some kind of crazy news comes out about tariffs or anything like that. You're going to get whacked around a little bit more than you will with domestic stocks. And the same thing with, you got your accounting issues. I always think it was Lutnick Coffee or something like that. There've been a few others, but that's one that sticks out to me where they had that whole accounting scandal and whatever else. And next thing you know, a stock that was like, I don't know, $100 a share was, delisted within a few weeks or something like that. So, I'm cautious about that. Let's go through and see if we can't find a few more things to look at. Camping World. Nope. Terrible chart. TAL. No, not interested in that. FIGS. I've got a personal vendetta against the stock. I probably lost money on the stock 4 or 5 times trading it. So just a personal thing. That's all. It's got this kind of, long drawn, trying to base and bounce out of it. If it got above this level, interesting nonetheless, as far as the setup goes. Good size float, 150 million in that float. So, interesting possible setup going on there. TWO. So again, it's really finding these kind of long-term beat-up ones here. Still in a downtrend as far as I'm concerned. Can't be interested in that because of that downtrend. Some of these that I'm not interested in, for all I know, that, they go up 500% in the next 4 days, for all I know. But they'll have to do it without me and without my interest. Nope. I want to like it, but I can't. Again, a lot of that has to do with, it's still in a clear downtrend here. As it maybe bucked it, maybe. But, it's moved up this big level, running into possible resistance from there. It's expended a lot of energy to get there. And I just feel like there's better setups. Now, look, this thing would consolidate for a little while and then make its move up. Interesting. But there's better setups out there than this. So why would I spend my time and energy trying to track that? Dino, if you could give me some more information on what you're looking for. I mean, what is it that you're looking for with the Bollinger Bands? We got Bollinger Bands filter. And we got them 5, 15, 6T, and daily. What is it that you're looking for that you can't, that you're not getting the results on? Adding these to a scan. If we add the filter to the scan, we can use the show me function in the middle there. I want it when it hit 60-minute Bollinger Band. So then you want it 100% above the low, essentially. So let's put Bollinger Bands. Hold on. Bear with me. Let's do this together. Let's make sure we got the indicator on a chart. So indicators, Bollinger Bands, periods, 20, standard deviations, 2. Okay, that looks good. Let's add it. So we got the Bollinger Bands on there. There we go. And then let's, we're going to build this out as a topless and a new topless window. So for Bollinger Bands, actually it's probably in here because I was just messing with it. Nope, it's not going to be right. Hide unused. Let's get rid of you. Let's get rid of you. Let's get rid of you. Let's go back. Let's look for Bollinger Bands on 60-minute time frame. BOLL. Bollinger 60. Add filter. And let's put 100 here. 100% above the lower band. Which means we should be at the top band, I do believe. Let's confirm that. Let's put some price stuff in here so we're not getting crappy ass stocks. Long today, let's call it 1 million on the shares. 2, 3. Okay, now let's take a look here. Let's bring the scan. Dear scan, where did you go? There you are. Thank you for writing in. Here we go. So BDSX. So it's got to be above the higher. We're trying to find it at or higher than the band here. Don't worry, take your time. So up above it, looking good. Now, there's no way to get an alert when it hits it. We don't have an alert for it. So you're going to get stuff at it or above it is what you can do with this. We could, in theory, make an alert window, run back the history on it. So let's do that as well. But the problem is you're going to have to attach an alert to it that doesn't relate to the Bollinger Band itself. So you're not going to be able to just cleanly get an alert when it touches a Bollinger Band. We just don't have that. But what you could do is this. Let's see. Let's go with new highs on the day. Let's add that alert. And let's get the Bollinger Band back here. Let's go with, again, got to be 100% above. Let's give ourselves, I'm going to do this different because we're going to run some history on this. And 5. And press OK. Press OK. And we're going to find that scan on the other screen. There we go. Or not. There we go. And so TCOM. And we're getting alerts here on it. Nice. MP. Nice. ENPH. Nice. So we're looking good. We're looking good through there. So let me know if that helps. I can share these templates out with you if you want via the cloud and take them and make them your own. Add, what other parameters you want in there as well. Let me know if that is something you are interested in. You got it. Let me rename them. And then, as I always do, ask, please, please, please make sure to save them to your cloud or your default layout or both. Everybody here, if you're a Trade Idea subscriber, everybody here that doesn't have their layout and scans backed up to the cloud, you should be doing that this very second. Please and thank you. If you do not have your stuff backed up to the cloud, very unwise move. Very, very unwise move. 60-minute B, we'll call B band. B band, upper B band, 60-minute upper B band alert template. And I beg you all, please, please, please back your stuff up to the cloud. It is a terrible feeling when a user emails in, oh, I saved the wrong stuff over my scan, my default layout, so on and so forth. Can you help me get it back? And sometimes, there's nothing we can do if they don't have a backup to it or they didn't, the backup folder didn't save anything for them. There's nothing we can do about it. All that work that they've done, whether it was a month or a year or whatever, is lost. And it's unfortunate. And please make sure if you're taking these scans that I'm sharing, please also save them because I delete these links every few days so that I can keep my cloud clear. There we go. 1 and 2. I don't short, so I don't have a scan specific to that to help with. If you give me an idea of exactly what you're looking for, we can attempt to build something together. Yes, on our YouTube channel, if you go to the live stream tab on our YouTube channel, you'll find it there. Bear with me. Let me see if I can get you a link to that. So here, if we're on our YouTube channel, I'll share a link to the YouTube channel even. You see this, where is it? Videos, live, sorry, live tab, go there. And this will be as done as one long day. You can see 6 hours here. Somewhere in that 6 hours is the live stream. You know, same thing for all of these here, all these long, real long ones. You'll see some medium-sized ones that are like an hour plus. Those are when Dan does them on Wednesdays. He likes to run his own stream completely. The rest of the gang here, we chime in with Barry. So that's where you can find those replays. So promote, you give me an idea of what you're looking for. We can try to build something out. And Dino, you're welcome. How about a bearish candle below? We don't have a way to do candles like that. We can do below the 30-minute. We don't have 30-minute Bollinger Bands either. You have to stick with what we have in the software here. So you got to choose with the Bollinger Bands. You got to choose 5, 15, 60 on those minutes. And we could show you below the band, but not necessarily a specific candle below. We could just show you below the band. And in order to do that, you know, we would, let's say we were taking the 15, add it. I always suggest use the show me function to see what you want. You could put a 0 in the max here. So stock, you know, prices at the lower band, prices below the lower band, prices at the lower band. If you want it for sure lower, you go with something, let's say a minus, I don't know, 1, for example. And now it's at least 1% below that band. Not in the scans like this. You could do this. We have a symbols list, add existing list. And we have for daily candles, there's a candle pattern in here somewhere. Where is it? Daily. So you've got these daily candle patterns that are in there. You could use those. Well, actually, I lied. There's the alerts. You could use these alerts. Bear with me. I need to get an alert window. Let me get an alert window. Bear with me. Search candlestick pattern. You could look for some of the bearish ones in here, and you could attach them with the lower band filter, with the Bollinger Band filter. So you could use any one of those. That would be it, though, on the candlestick alerts like that. So you could use those definitely. I wasn't thinking about those. They were very, very little asked about those, and I've never ever used them in any of my scanning personally. So it's out of sight, out of mind thing. Apologies. So yeah, I mean, we could do something here. Let's window specific filters. Let's go with the 15-minute band. You want a 30. That's as close as we're going to get, because 60s, you know, putting you 30 minutes past that. 15 is at least before. So we could go with, let's go with 0 here. And I don't know, what are we going to pick for a bottom? Let's go with a 15-minute engulfing. We'll do that. Let's add that alert. And I'm not going to put anything else in here, but I'll just give it to you as a template. Let's see. So below 30-minute Bollinger Band, 15-minute bearish ENFING. You see there's no other filters in there. And okay, that's what we called it. And I'll share this out as a template. And please, please, please save and share it to the cloud. Save it to the cloud, sorry. use that as a template and a reference for that there. And again, promote if you got if you can guide me in what you're looking for with the scan for shorting. I'll be able to better assist build something out for you. Let's see, realestateadvisors.com. Hi, Chris. Sometimes a single chart window will not like to time frame charts, or if you place an individual symbol in a time frame, it will not change. To change a chart, click on the chart, start typing. Oops, well, I mistyped a symbol there, but just click on it and start typing. That's it. That's all you got to do. If you can't click on it and type, that means you have a window open somewhere in the software blocking you from doing basically anything. Let's see, you came back. Something like stocks go up drastically, say crossing all moving averages above ADR, sorry, which would be potential for going down. So yeah, I mean, we could do this. Let's go with new. Let's go with an alert window, and we'll just throw in some of the stuff you're talking about. Let's go with, we're making new highs here. We're trying to find stuff that possibly is reversing afterwards. RSI. I'm not sure what time frame you want to be with that RSI. I don't know. I'm going to go with the 5-minute RSI. I'm call it a minimum of 80 there, like you said. And then, you know, we have SMAs for filters. Let me filter down the filters. So let's see here. No, we don't have any time frame specificities. Let's add that. And let's say we're, I don't know, 3% above that. Let's add that. Let's say we're 2% above that. Let's add that. And let's say we're also 2% above that. There's no way we'd be below the VWAP like that. Let's put a $5 minimum on this. And let's see if we get anything with this scan. All right, we got something. And let's see here. Let's run the history and see what we're getting on today. All right, so we're getting quite a bit of alerts actually on this. So we might even be able to go more on the amount above. Let's do that. Let's up the amounts here a little bit. And this is where the trial and error of building your scans comes in. I'm going to go with 5 and 3, 4 and 3. Let's see what that does to the scan. And it cuts down on the alerts a little bit there. And so you're going to get these things running up like crazy here. Like that. So configure summary. I'm going to share this out as a template as well. Running up for short of short-term MAs. Not double A's, just single A's. There we go. And I'll go ahead and share that out as well. And again, please, please, please keep these, save these to your clouds, your default layout, so on and so forth. And then if I were to improve upon that idea, if it were me, well, I would start to refine that by, you know, adding volume metrics I want to see, price ranges I want to see, and that would be my real approval. When you've got something that's this specific, though, you're looking for a very specific candle pattern to start with, right? And then you're also, you know, with the specific setup below those bands, you're probably not going to get a ton of alerts to start with. So, quote, improving upon it really just means now let's make sure we're in the price range I want and the liquidity I want to see. You know, the more specific something is that you're looking for, the less alerts you're going to get in general. So, I've recently, it's actually kind of interesting. We always get the same group of things in our emails and our chats. And I always wonder how it works out like that. But I've had recently quite a few individuals emailing in with me saying, hey, my scan's not returning any alerts. Something's wrong. And I open the scan and they've got like 20 filters they're using, and all with very specific minimum and maximum values. I'm like, it's not the scan that's broken. It just, there's nothing that meets your scan. You got, you can't, you have 20 filters and every one of them like very narrow minimum and maximum ranges. The odds of you finding a stock and meeting that aren't very high, so you're going to have to, it's a give and take with this. And so the same kind of concept here, when you're using an alert that's looking for real specific things like that, and then you start to add filters, you're going to start cutting down on how many alerts are going to be coming through. So that would be my suggestion would be, start slow, right? Get some alerts in there, see what you do and don't like about the alerts, and then make some adjustments from that. That would be my suggestion for either DEF. For stocks that have more movement on average true range. That's what I would look at. Sorry, I'm trying to get the window. There we go. My mouse cursor keeps disappearing on me. That would probably be my first thing I'd point to, average true range. You could also look at beta. You look at volatility. And I would highly recommend this before just running out and sticking a filter or a data point in a scan. This is for everybody, of course. Click on it. Go to the help page. All right. And then read the help page very thoroughly. I also cannot tell you how many times over the last at least year that someone emails in and tells me your filter isn't working, the data's wrong. And I say, well, tell me what you're expecting to see. And then they tell me what they're expecting. I said, well, did you read the definition page? And they said, yes. And I got to highlight the definition page of where they either ignored, where it specifically tells them how it works, or they just lied to me and never read it. These definition pages, while they may not everything for the most quantist of users, they're really good, to be honest. They're really, really good, these definition pages on all this here. Not just, what is the filter doing, but examples of using the filters and how and why you would use them like that. But those are the things there for either DEF that I would be looking at. I would be looking at these three things for stocks that move more. Average true range. That's looking back. It's a standard 14-day look back on that using the dollar. Oh, I didn't mean to close that. Apologies. Volatility. You got two options on that, percent and dollars. They work slightly different, so make sure you're checking those out on the definitions pages. And beta. I'd be looking at the high beta stocks as well. And those are the places that I'd be looking. Yeah, I mean, I think Promote. I think that's going to give you a good starting point with that for a scan. Something you may want to consider in your refining. It just literally came to me now. And you may want to take a different approach too, as well as maybe something you can change. So you're changing like 1 minute and 2 minute filters. Maybe find stuff that's up like big. What big is relative. I mean, you could find stuff that's up, 5 or 6% over the last minute. It's just going to keep going. You can find stuff that's up, 5 or 6% over the last minute, and it is getting kind of top heavy and looking like it may be a short potential as well. So this may be another route you consider. You could either add it to that scan or create another scan based on that essentially as well. If you wanted to cut down on some of the alerts coming in because of the new high, you might also consider the count filter. And so the way the count filter works is it just works with the alert itself, not the full scan. The full scan is the alert and the filters happening at the exact same time, versus the count is just looking at the alert. And so you could say, all right, I want to only see it after it's the 5th new high of the day, for example. So we were to add that filter and we put a minimum of 5 there. It means that just 5 new highs have to have happened. It doesn't necessarily need the rest of these filters to be satisfied. But after 5 new highs, and these are satisfied, then I'll start getting alerts. But I don't want to see an alert if it's only the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th new high of the day. I need it to be the 5th new high of the day plus these filters in order for me to see the alert. And that will cut down on some of the alerts too, if you wanted to cut down on alerts. There's also always obviously the don't repeat feature as well. If we right click properties, don't repeat, and you check the don't repeat symbol for one of these. You want to see, don't repeat for the next minute, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 hour of the day. I don't suggest don't repeating ever. That means the scan's never going to show that stock again. But to each their own, of course. Whatever you think is best for you. So a couple more minutes left here, folks, before Barry comes back, takes on over. So don't be shy, don't be shy. All right, nothing doing. Let's close up some of this up. There we go. Let's move that back to where it belongs. Looks good there. All righty. Throw up a SPY chart real fast here. So the SPY is still kind of consolidating-ish through here. It's trying to find itself into that uptrend again that we've had so beautifully for so long. Trying to find it a little bit, eking out some new highs. Gapped way down and just a total reversal on the day here. Positive on the day, not by a ton, but, without any question. Keeping the bears in check for sure. I would suggest, Justin, use the missing symbol check. I could do the same for you if you want to email the scan in, but if you come to it, you have the scan. Let me show the missing symbol check. Great feature. Right click, missing symbol check, put in the stock, and then this is the earliest time you expected to see it. This is the latest time you'd expect to see it. Right, so you see down here, if we were just using the default, it starts this morning at 4 a.m. and it's got its current time right here as the ending time. When you press OK, you're going to get this here, this kind of history window that I'm trying to fish out. There we go. And the heartbeat means note the alert was never satisfied. And then any columns that are in red, this doesn't have any filters on it, will be a filter that was not met during that time period when the heartbeat was showing. So that's what I would use personally. I think it's a great tool. It also helps people engineer scans better. And let me give you a link to the user's guide section on it. But of course, if you're having any troubles with it all, send an email with a cloud link to the scan. But let me share that link here for the user's guide section on this. And that would be my 2 cents on that. It's a top list. Yeah, that won't work. Then it's going to be a filter that's missing. In that case, you'd have to, top lists are terrible to go back on history with. What my suggestion would be is this. Create an alert version of it with the new pre-market high, for example, and then use the missing symbol check from there. It's going to be a filter that's not satisfied. But like history on top lists is tough because it gives you a 5-minute window instead of, time-stamped alerts and all those things like that. If you struggle with it, just send me a cloud link to it and I'll back engineer it that way. I hear a whistle.
Could be a sound alert, but no, it's me whistling.
It could be, except I have sound disabled on my.
Oh, okay. You don't use sound alerts, do you?
Nope.
Well, again, you're not an intraday trader, really, so it doesn't. I suppose it doesn't matter. But yeah, I literally. I mean, I don't want to be hyperbolic, but I don't think I could trade without sound alerts. I mean, I'm so used to them,
yeah, no, if I was day trading, I want the sound alerts without a question. Yeah. I do have sound alerts enabled on my price alerts.
Right, okay.
But I don't have any price alerts set, so I knew that wasn't a possibility.
Okay. And plus it probably wasn't.
No, it's anyway. It's Texas speech.
Who?
Texas
speech. I thought you said Texas. I thought you said Texas speech.
That too. Yes, I recorded Andy actually, and I use his voice for it.
Yeah. He's got, what a nice drawl he's got.
He really does. He really does.
All right, my friend. Well, listen, I'll let you go now. It looks like, are you going to be doing tomorrow?
I suspect I will be.
Okay. All right. So I won't say we'll see you next week. I'll see you tomorrow.
Indeed,
unless something changes, of course. Yeah.
Of course.
Okay.
Right,
thank you, Chris.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay, guys, I am back in both rooms. Couple of last things to do. Music. Get rid of my announcement. There we go. Now I took a trade, guys, and man, I was surprised what happened. So I shorted ADPT. Pretty good, I thought. Okay, just underneath this VWAP, and was down here doing not badly, and all of a sudden, it took me out of the trade. So it took a little loss on that one. Just never know. I was, there's just because the stock takes up the VWAP, but I waited. I didn't wait, just at the VWAP. I waited down here, but 1783 was a dime away. I thought, okay, it looks like it's going to take out the VWAP. Got the short, got down to 1775. I said, okay, let's go. And then literally I look at the volume that came in and just took me out of the trade. So there was a loss there. Now I'm watching the ABAT. Where is ABAT? And by the way, William, I went back to your scan in terms of the average daily on the or the average 10-day, and also I put in a market float of minimum 10. Also, just way too many alerts. Way too many alerts. So I agree. I agree with your original. Not that you need me to tell you that that's what you should do, but yeah, just too many alerts. So a bat, I had yeah. So I almost took the trade here, almost okay, but I held off, and I've got an alert set for around 518, 519. See if it pulls back a little bit. It's already pulling back just a little bit. Lots of volume, 7 million, 2.3 times normal. It's not a low float. It's 127 million. I did not say a boot. If I say a boot, it's I'm doing that on purpose. Okay. If I say a boot, I'm doing that on purpose, but I do not say a boot. Just a minute, please. And my wife just gave me a hard time. She said, "No, you do say a boot." Cart, cart. So anyway, a bat, ABAT. Yeah, I'm gonna watch this. I'm gonna watch this. I want to see if it takes it this 518. Now, why? Because if you look left on the monthly chart, you can see that 512 is the high. So it's a little bit above the high. I'm not saying it's going to get up to 955, but that is the next high in the monthly chart. The next line, the weekly, though, is certainly far enough away, $6. So yeah, I mean, I want to watch that one. Wow, what is LVL? I mean, this is a new high of the day. So LVLU, yeah. Hmm. Lulu's Fashion Lounge. Jump after Friedland Enterprises just goes. I don't know who Friedland is, but I guess they've got some weight. Christian Friedland, never heard of him, but I'm sure probably somebody who is people seem to follow. But he's discloses a 5% stake in the company. He's more like an activist shareholder here. Wants to suspend all cash board compensation until the stock reaches $10 a share. Well, that's happened already. So amazing. Not shortable for me. I looked earlier. This is not shortable for me. Interactive brokers. Well, I was, HYNC. It's still hanging in. There's no big pullback yet. And as always, I'll take a look at silver, SLV. I mean, yeah, it's been a little more choppy than earlier on the day when it was basically straight up. It's still up 7.5%. A massive move, in a ETF like this. All right, guys, it is now 105. So what I'm going to do is go over my homepage one last time today. Well, at least maybe one last time. All right, guys. Well, we're back to a 15% off. Okay, still not bad. I mean, especially if you're taking a monthly subscription. Okay, you can get 15% off, 15% off the entire year of a premium or standard, or 15% off the first month only of a premium or standard subscription. And all I ask, please use the code, whatever the code is. Right now, it's Barry 15. If you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, Helps to keep the rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and also the trading room. So if you're sitting there in YouTube wondering, well, what is this? There's a lot more action in this room, more more interaction amongst traders. Okay, so it's free. Also, same idea. YouTube has a slight delay on it. YouTube puts that on. It's a 5 to 8 second delay. This has no delay at all. And this room is open at actually 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Whereas I open YouTube at around 8:30. Why so late? First of all, Obi in the trading room, he opens at 6:45, which would be 3:45 my time in Vancouver, Canada. So it's a little early for me. So thank you again, Obi, for opening the room at 6:45. When I leave, which is usually sometime between 2 and 2:30, always stay later for questions. But even after I leave, William in the trading room usually keeps the room open, and I think he's indicated at 3:45 today ish, 3:45 ish for him today. So this room will be open even after I leave to 3:45. I have to shut YouTube down in its entirety though. So if you want to head over to the trading room when I shut down YouTube, you can do so. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, this is the first thing you must do. You scroll down to the education section, getting started with trade ideas. Mandatory that you do this, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the program, is this a good fit for me? What's it all about? Well, you can start about, you see, not a boot. What's it all about? You can start off with that second video and go to the end. That should give you a good enough idea about whether it's something you might want to try at least for a month. If you take out a monthly subscription, you're not tied into any contract. Okay, so there's that. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, free. This is a free series of videos, 15 of them, if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for some of the information that I'm currently sharing, you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down where it says custom scans. So I've got this race going. The large cap gainers is right here. I've got the movers to the upside, movers to the downside. This will give you, the more volatile stocks. Look at there's the LVLU as an example. Okay. I do have another race though. It's sort of, I decided to only run one race. This kind of takes care of that race. I mean, it's not the same format, of course, but it'll give you stocks that probably would show up in this race, which is a volatile race. But you can have that. You can have both of those races open if you want. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actions up and down. Pulse resumes is over here. I have the gap scan up on my other monitor, and I have a couple other scans that I'm currently sharing, but I do not have up and running, the momentum scan and the Pepe combo scan. So you can ask me questions about them if you want. Now, in order to make William's head explode, well, guys, I forgot to tell you, but I'm in this one at $7, LVLU. And of course, I'm kidding. Of course, I'm kidding. Man, so on a monthly chart, I mean, it still has, oh my goodness, 1751. Who is this Friedland character? Christian Friedland. I'll have to look him up because he's obviously got some weight. See the founder return. You know what, guys? You've heard me on occasion talk about Gemini. Now I even see huge ads like during football games and all. So they're paying a lot of money. But this is what I'm going to do.
Friedland is a prominent entrepreneur and investor, best known as the founder and former CEO of LinkToBuild.com, originally linked to FaucetDirect.com. He currently serves as the founding partner of Friedland Enterprises. An advisor.
All right. Well, there you got it. There you have it from Gemini. So obviously he is a bit of a force. So the next time I see something with his name in it, as somebody who's taken a stake, got to pay attention. Boy, I'm reading more. I mean, he started the company with $2,000 in 2000 and in 2000. I don't know if he did that on purpose, but in Chico, California, now it's $1 billion in annual sales. Wow. Okay, guys, a bat is back. A bat is back. So getting back up here. Yeah, I have that one, CNXC, CNXC. I do see this one, a potential bounce. As I said on Friday, I found it not as well, okay, with the market doing what it's doing, yeah, you would think that perhaps bounce plays, unless it has some news on its own. First target maintained at $62 by Barrington Research, even though it's down $3 or 6.8%. I don't know if I had any news today. So on a daily chart, you look left, and 40.56 is the next low. So how close will that get? It's at 40.89 right now. So that's what William is looking at. That's from his scan. Potential bounce play. Will that hold it? Will it? First of all, will it get close to that? Well, let's see. First of all, if it gets over 41. Spread is okay. 40.86, 40.93. That's okay. Also volume, so it's at least it's trading at least somewhat abnormally, 1.8 times normal. So this is what we're saying. So the average true range is 142, $1.42, so it's down 322. But though that's not taking into account the high and all. So but it would absolutely make sense because it's down $3 right now and the ATR is 142. So well, I mean, it depends how far down it goes, of course. I mean, if I wait for 41, I mean, if it hits down here, that's probably going to be too late. But you know what? I'll put a price alert near that low, which is about, I'm going to call that 41.70 or 40.70. Meanwhile, the market, which has had just a beautiful recovery from this morning, which was down about 3.5 points, the SPY anyway. Um, Dow is just up a little, Qs are up a little, SPY's up a little. Well, it looks like it might want to. I mean, the bid ask now 40.82, 40.91. I just have this really adverse reaction to taking something underneath the whole number like that. But well, there's a little buy flag from that scan, the Market Explorer scan for Sarepta SRPT. However, well, you know what? I mean, that VWAP is 2140. That's certainly far enough away. Geez, you kept this in suspense there. My favorite way to take a long is just below the. So you're talking about in general, not just this particular stock. You're talking about taking it underneath, so at the 80 cent level, underneath the whole number, and thinking what that it gets close or even pops through, or you just notice it seems to pop through the whole number. In general, I know you're talking in general because I know you get out of these things pretty quickly. I'm not looking to be quite as quick as you. Now it is holding nicely. I mean, it is holding nicely at the 80 cent level. 40.82, this is what I'm talking about. 40.82, 40.91. It's been hanging there for a while, almost like a little mini base on the 2-minute chart. Oh, the longer it holds there, the less you like it. Wow. And I'm thinking, okay, the longer it holds there, but it just did take a little scoot down. Oh, I see. Okay. You want faster movement. Well, yeah, I mean, it's getting closer now to that low right there, which is 40.56. It's less than 20 cents away from that low right there in the daily. Ah, no sound. In fact, it just got there. Oh, not quite. Oh, here's another one. Just getting. This is what I remember from Friday, William. I mean, some of these ones that really weren't doing too much. Well, shouldn't say that. That was, fairly actively traded, but all of a sudden you get these wild moves later on in the afternoon. So here's the way. Big move down now for way. bigger move down now, bigger move, and continuing. So, I mean, there's the low right there, 32.41. So it's kind of got right there. Problem with it is look at the spread, okay? 32.23, 32.58. That is, to me, that is just too wide a spread. Yeah, continuing to make its way down. It's well, it broke down through that. 56. Well, it's right there. It's right there. And then the next low under that is wow, 40 for the but that showed up. That showed up on your scan. But no way, you're right. Just I mean the spread. I mean, you don't know what's going to happen. Look at it now, 41.73. Can I give a technical on QBTS? Sure. That's from our YouTube room. Well, okay. I mean, obviously, I had a fairly good. Well, it was a nice wave down, but pretty volatile. I mean, it's a big float, 321 million. I'm surprised it is as volatile as it was. I mean, right now it's at the VWAP. That's the best. It's at the VWAP. And it's had a little buy flag there, but it's at the VWAP. Will it really get through the VWAP? I mean, we don't know. I mean, if it does, the high or on Friday was yesterday's close was 31.22. So I mean, it obviously has room, but it already had a big downtrend. Is this going to get stalled at the VWAP area? And of course, I don't know. The VWAP is 2809 ish, so it's a little bit above it, but is it really going to scoot through it, or is it going to scout through it? Okay, guys, I took the bat. Okay, right around this area, right around the 519 area. So we'll see what happens. If it has any sort of a little bit of move in it. I mean, it's above that monthly high, so we don't have to worry about that. And I said the weekly high is up around 6, so we'll see. Let's get that. Okay, guys. Let's see. Waiting on. Let's see if a bat has any legs. Now, even the ADPT that I took a little loss on the short. Let's take a look at it over the whole number. Wow, look how I mean, if you didn't care about the spread, I mean, that was a nice bounce for Way, but I mean, it's too hard I mean, the spread is actually tightened right now. It's only a dime, but right now, 12 cents right now. Let's see if that holds. Children's no, this is Planet Labs, sorry. Planet Labs, PL Planet Labs, just too extended, but let's see what happens here if it pulls back a bit, maybe to the whole number. Okay, about a little bit of a move now, ABAT. All right, ATEC, ATEC. This is right at the VWAP. Will that hold it? Will that act as resistance? This is the ATEC. It's still down 19%. Ah, thinking about this one, but then, look at the spread 28.08, 28.31. That was for the STOK. Thinking about it. Well, look at Qubit here going, guys. QUBT. Next high in a monthly is 1352. So certainly room there. However, the next high in a weekly is around 12. Well, actually, just look at the daily. You can see the daily 1268. I mean, there's room. There is some room. Again, when I'm always saying that, I'm talking about looking left and seeing where it could go before it hits another high. Doesn't mean it's going to get there. One moment, please. Well, perfect. It did have an effect in the pre-market, but after that, market just shrugged it off. Talking to perfect in our YouTube room. Shoot, I saw this one earlier in the day. I thought, man, this is not. I saw it right around here, and I thought, man, I wonder. And this is just what you're looking for. Something very smooth. The ZIM. Look how smooth it is on a 2-minute chart. Look at the trade wave. Only a couple of times we're kind of pierced into it. Very narrow, which is what you want, in my opinion. Okay, guys, I've taken some off the ABAT, okay, around the 530 level. It's yeah, it's been not a bad little move for me, but it's getting parabolic. You see what's happening? For me, it's getting parabolic. It is the bottom of the can of those bars losing touch with the top of the can of the wave. So when that starts happening, I start to think people are going to take some profit, like me. Okay. So, I mean, it still has room to move, of course, but I just don't like when that happens. Hmm. QXO. Next low looking left is $24. Wow, there's a lot of room underneath. A lot of shares, 2 million shares to short at Interactive Brokers. Okay, this is interesting to me. This is showing up on my 5-minute gap reversals, okay? So it doesn't have to wait for it to take out the low of the day. These are just 5-minute lows now. But in this particular case, this looks like the low of the day anyway. So it's sort of the double low of the day and a 5-minute low. That's for the QXO. I wonder now. The relative volume is only 1.6, meaning it's only trading 1.6 times normal. Part of me says, put a bigger relative volume, maybe a minimum of two, maybe even three. I'll get less alerts, but all right, guys. I'm out of the ABAT. That was just a quick trade, I guess. That's what it turned out to be anyway. Dr. CT, okay, I don't see that one anywhere. So Dr. CT, did a split today. Thank you, Obi. And yeah, okay, pop. What was the wow, 55 to 1 reverse split. 55 to 1 reverse split. Oh, so to put it in some kind of a context, this would be like a 5-cent stock. And that's after the move up. So that was less than a 5-cent stock when they did the split. 55 to 1. Hmm. Well, if it does, I mean, there's your next low is 40, right? Looks like 40. 40.03 is your next low on the daily. Would have been a nice short, literally a nice short. So was the reverse split, was it accounted for in the float? Or is that to be divided by 55? Boy, if it is, I mean, but that's what our provider and that, the provider we've been using now for several months, that's what they've got. Well, down goes way still. Spread is not as bad. It's only a dime now, but this is another way to look at these. If you don't get the bounce, then maybe turn around and try to short them. Yeah, way continues. So they had some news this morning. I think it probably popped the stock a little bit, but introduces agentic intelligence to its cloud native platform. That was the news, which has prevented $15.5 billion in denials in under 1 year. Okay. Well, pop here for BKKT, guys. Volume coming in. Another not great spread, though. I mean, 1933, 1945, not a great spread. Yeah, you're right. Beam is consolidating just underneath the VWAP. Beam is consolidating just under the VWAP. It's a bit of a downtrend, but it's consolidating. And the VWAP is 34.17, so it's underneath the whole number and underneath the VWAP. Let's see if it starts to move down from there. The low right there is, I think that's why you're talking about it, 33.80. That low is around 33.75. How about a short on SLV? Well, is it finally starting to move down? Yeah, well, I mean, look at the VWAP. Yeah, I mean, it's underneath the VWAP. So if you thought that was going to be a good area for it to take out, it's taking it out a little bit. So if you wanted to short, I mean, it's right at the VWAP, though. I mean, I look at it being right at the VWAP area. For me, I'd like to see it clear it a little bit more. Look what happened, though. You see how it got underneath the VWAP, and then it popped above it. Now it's popping below it, but it's right at the VWAP. So I don't know. I mean, to me, it's still a little bit dicey. It's still at the VWAP area. But, Teddy, you think that's a good, obviously it's got room, a huge move, but it's still, the VWAP is still trying to act as support. Well, I'm looking at all the reentries today. Now, I'm not saying every day is going to be like this, but look at all the reentries. Look at all the reentries here. Now, there's one more. Wow. Look, I mean, I haven't seen a day like this in our AI in a long time. I didn't see the bottom ones here. But remember, this is our reentry. So this is a short, okay? Our reentry at 619. Well, I mean, the price is 491. Obviously good. 321, a reentry to go long on SATL, 363. Obviously good. A short entry, 371 on the S dot, 344. Good. 493 on the I didn't. You know what? To be honest, I did not see it here. That's not why I took it. But 493 on the long. Good. 1254 on the short of BHVN. Great. $12. These reentry so far. How about this one? 261. This is probably the only one that hasn't moved yet. 261. It's still at 263. That's a short. 29.44. Yeah, it's a little bit above. I'm sorry, that's a short, so it's a little bit above. Then the 432. Well, that's a little bit below, but all these top ones, wow, good moves from the reentry prices. You don't have the reentry column in your AI. Please add it, and if you don't know how, just let me know. Okay. I mean, a tough time on those. Some of these ones, just spread is not good. 70.91. This is DQ. Well, if you like the idea, Teddy, yeah, go ahead. Shorting underneath. Because right now it's still not underneath. Still hanging around. Well, this one certainly gave it up right from the beginning of the day. 651, 543 now. OM. Not quite at the low of the day, but getting there. Well, do you have a spread filter? Not that they're using a spread filter. I can't remember. I'm just getting these, remember at the time you're not. Yeah, I'm just getting spreads that I just don't like. And I wouldn't use the spread filter because it can give you a false sense of security because just because you get the alert doesn't mean the spread won't widen like a half a second later. So kind of surprised at the spreads of some of these things. Okay, guys, 152. So now I may hang around a little bit later just because I'm intrigued by the new scan. And so I might hang around a little bit later anyway. Just want to see what sort of alerts we get. So you're in the beam short. Okay, Miko, let's take a look at the beam short. Hopefully it's working for you. Sort of hanging around. Was it 3280 you were looking at? It's hanging around. Oh, okay. Boy, these got a lot of room. I mean, Alms has got a lot of room. 22.38 over a dollar to that high. Let's see what happens here, though. I mean, it's just gone boom. A lot of some volume came in. Lot of volume. There's only 12,000 shares. So I mean, all the volume was really like at the beginning of the day, which is usual. Did the spread tighten up for you a little bit? Yeah, I guess it did. 32.20, 32.29 for Way right now, anyway. Not terrible. All right. So this one is one of those ones that, in theory, if it takes out the high right there of around 16, could have that late day run. Okay. The float is insanely low. The on the monthly chart has room to 18. Not saying it's getting there, of course. I mean, it's awfully risky. But if it does take out that high, it could go on another run. So are these mean reversion? These are sort of mean reversion trades? Or I know you have two. You've got another one that's up and running. Well, there's your bounce now for the CNXC. I don't know if you took it. A big bounce. Not sure how we could have predicted that. It was that low. It got close, 40.34. Okay, Tiva. There's a good spread. A penny. Can't get better than that. Next low looking left, 31.70. So it's got about a dollar to that low. Is that a couple little sell flags there? Looks like it's weakening. Boy, way. Man, that would have been an awesome short. I don't see any negative news on it. I just see, they're trying to pump this agentic AI. But right now, the market's not having any way through. not having anything to do with it right now. Well, the next low looking left is 3160, so it's fairly close. Yeah, but it just took another little leg down and right to that now. That's 3260, 3259. Next low underneath that is 3106. This looks like just nobody wants this right now. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It had a little move and then it just went down again. I don't know if you got out, but geez, I mean, this is getting close to that low now. Or if it takes that out, look out. I know you have your stops and everything, William, so I'm not worried about you. The 1 cent spread is still moving down. I did not take it, but still moving down penny by penny. TEVA, TEVA. Yeah, I hope it works out. Yeah, well, the spread was 31.14, 31.45. It's tightened a bit. So I hope it works out for you. Man, $31 now. 31. Come on, bounce for William. Funny, William. I find myself looking at that scan. It's not something to short tops or Play bottoms is more continuations. Oh, it was truly built for continuation. Oh, I see. Okay. I seem to recall you put that in there. It wasn't, but you're just using it for tops and bottoms. And not necessarily taking it on the alert, but now you're alerted to the fact that OSS, as an example, well, there's the way. Wow, 3101, 3109. Hold for. I mean, is the news that bad right now? I mean, what is going on? I mean, this is the news they pumped out. Well, I have to watch this tomorrow, okay? Because who knows? Maybe it'll have a tremendous bounce tomorrow. But I mean, this is just getting clobbered right now. Well, I'm going to hang around for a bit still. I want to see if I get anything more from that scan, number one. So, but if you have questions, good time to ask. I will be wrapping up fairly soon. And maybe now, I mean, it's 3095, 3107. There's the first little blue. Now, what time is it now? 206. So this is a, yeah, so that's the new one. Can it hold being blue? No, that's the old one, sorry. So can it hold the old one? That's the previous 2 minute. Can it hold? Now, this one could be interesting to me. Not as a short. USA, well, maybe. Sorry, spoke too fast, too quickly. USAR coming into perhaps the potential resistance. I thought maybe this might be a nice little long, just over the whole number. But when you look left, I mean, there's areas it could stall. I think you've got a little bounce going here, William. But I'm sure you. I don't know if you're still in it. If you added, maybe a little. Well, you've had a little bit of a bounce. 31, 31, 14. Now for the way. Well, boy, if it bounces to the VWAP, that will be a tremendous. I doubt if you'll hold it. That'll be a tremendous run for you. Boy, Beam is just doing nothing. What a big consolidation now for Beam. Just underneath the VWAP. And just, I mean, it's still trending, trying to trend down, but it's just sort of really consolidating. Volume has dried up, still up 23%. Exactly, it could go either way. Well, so to me, it would have to take out the VWAP. VWAP's fairly far away, fairly far away. It was the high of the day. The high of the day was around 36.46, so a 250 away from the high of the day. How is that LVLU doing? Doesn't look, I mean, anything's possible with that float, but I still have my alert set up here at the highs around 16. Never know. It powers right through that on some volume. Like, who knows where it could go. Gilt. Okay. GILT. Another satellite company, call it a space company. Um, just over the whole number, little pop, little buy flag there, little buy flag there. Looking left, didn't see anything. Okay, so you have to go back to, gotta go back over 5 years, guys, over 5 years, and that's February of 2021 to see the next highs. That high up here was 22. So I don't really think that what happened 5 years ago is a big deal. Volume is coming in, volume coming in. I'm liking it. I like the way it's holding over 17. Yeah, spread got 1706, 1713 now. I'm going to put a price alert around 1715 and see if it gets there, but on the bid. So an alert, but I want to see the bid up at around 1715 for the GILT. I see S dot down here. Yeah. Wow. Look at I mean, it's about the volume too. I mean, the volume just came pouring in. About a tenth of the volume of the day right here. Over a tenth. Surprised it wasn't halted. Still has on the weekly chart anyway. $5 approximately is the next high on the weekly chart. So it still has some room. I mean, you're chasing it now, but another one with volume coming in. This is a China stock, education stock, TAL, volume coming in. The next high in a monthly chart. That's pretty close. That is pretty darn close. 1244. So you would think maybe that will stall it. How's EDU doing? No, TAL is definitely popping way more on volume. Yeah, so Teddy, yeah, so silver is still strong. Obviously, you did not short it. Silver is still strong, SLV. William, I almost feel like taking the first time I hear the alert, just taking the trade. This is a TAL and just taking the trade. I'm not shorting it though. I don't expect a major move, but they seem to have from the initial alert that I get in that scan, they seem to have still 10, 20, maybe 25-cent moves, and then they. Okay, next one. Next one. If I get has to be new, has to be brand new. Next one. Oh man, I looked at shorting this one right here at the OM, and then it just jumped. So too erratic for me. I'm going to do something a little radical now with the AI. I am just going to wait for reentry prices. Now there are a lot of them today, but I'm going to sort on on the reentry price column so I see them, as opposed to having to scour them. Or will that work? It works here. I can see all of them. Yes, of course it'll work. So I'm just going to disregard all the first alerts. I'm just going to concentrate on the reentry price. I mean, this is this is a highly unusual day, getting so many, and it's highly unusual to have this number of alerts. Hey guys, a little bit of a move for EVTV. Still has to take out the 200-day moving average, though, in my opinion. EVTV, and it just got halted. Just got halted on the way up. But the 200-day moving average is up here around 178, I think, 178. So, but have to take that out. FTI. Okay, FTI just showed up. Okay, but I was looking for the long side, but you never know. Let's take a look. I'm talking about maybe shorting this almost immediately. It's had the bounce, a little bit of a bounce, FTI. But let's see, the next low looking left is 49.52, so it's right there. Takes it out again, and it has room underneath. So I'm going to have to put a price alert right around there. Say 49.49. I want to see if it takes it out again. That might turn into a short for me. So I'm not really playing these for bounces. And there are lots of shares available, 6.21 million at Interactive Brokers. So that certainly is not an issue. So kind of wait for if it has a bounce, kind of wait for the bounce to be over and then see if the short resumes. Maybe that's how I'm going to look at these. especially if the stock is still down for the day, which probably most of them are going to be down for the day, I would assume. You don't have a you don't have a filter saying that though, do you? Low. No, you don't have a filter that the stock has to be down for the day. So here's another one, PTRN, coming into, now this is coming into, maybe a nice little support area. All right, beam. Okay, Miko, your beam is now a little bit of a break here. Hey guys, we're getting close to 2:30. I'll hang around till 2:30 anyway. So if you have any questions, the time to ask. I can always say later if there are questions. Boy, EBTV came out of the halt, guys, and it's getting closer to the 200-day moving average. That LVLU, it still has not collapsed. Okay, it's looks like the VWAP tried to hold it anyway. The VWAP trying to hold it as support. Spread is not terrible for it right now, anyway. Big sigh. Yes, there is, AJ Roland. Okay, it's a bit of a trick. See, I think my VWAP is pretty bold. Okay, can you see that? Whereas yours is probably like a little pencil thin line. Okay, so I don't believe that it really is going to cause your computer to go a little bit crazy. But what you do is you add the VWAP several times, and that's I think what I did here. Give me a moment. Here's the here's the edit. See, I've got the VWAP 3 times. It's the same VWAP, and I've said the same and the same color. So I added it 3 times. So when you add it and do it again, you can do it again. I've obviously done it 3 times, which will thicken the line. It's I don't think you're not going to find that in the guide or anything like that, but that's what I did. I did it by accident the first time. you know, I accidentally and I said, "Oh, wait a minute, I like the way it looks." Don't forget to save your work, right? Save your work. And I don't believe it stalls the system. By sometimes you Sometimes charting programs will say, well, if you put too many indicators on your chart, sometimes it could really solve. I don't believe that is going to have any effect. It's had no effect on mine. And so, of course, you could do that with anything. You have, 200-day moving average on your chart. You can do that with virtually any indicator that has a line, some kind of a line. Guys, here's a little bit of a breakdown for the HOIMC, a little bit of underneath well, it's not at the VWAP, and it's way above the VWAP. A lot of room to the VWAP, almost $1. And what's silver doing now? Look at this. Yeah, look at that. Look, more of a move. But let's take a look at silver, SLV. No, I mean, it's moving counter now to the silver ETF. Silver ETF is moving higher, but HYMC is moving lower. Good, that it worked. You guys, all you have to do is ask a question, and hopefully I have an answer. All right, guys, 2:30. I will now. Before I do that, let's take a look at Roblox. Little drop, and then a plot. So this is probably on your scan, right? It's not on mine because I have a price. I don't have the same price range as you. So that was on yours. That would have worked out nicely. Okay, guys, I think I will take off now unless there's some more questions, but I'll start to wrap it up. But if there's a question, don't be shy. You can certainly ask me a question. As always, thanks for all the help all day long. The main room will open at 6:45 tomorrow, Eastern Time, AM, of course. That'll be the main room. So for those of you who are on YouTube right now, and you do want to keep talking stocks with other traders, so for YouTubers only, if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down, you'll notice that there's something called the trading room. This room will be open till 3:45-ish, okay? So another hour and 15 or so after I leave. So you can head in here, free. Okay, guys, so I will take off now. So again, thanks for all the help, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock for both rooms, but you'll usually see me puttering around at around, I don't know, I'm going to say 8:15 to 9 o'clock. Sort of getting prepared for for me to get on the mic at 9. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. And I'll keep my screen up. You're probably going to see me doing some stuff still.